In 2009, a development company called Inti Creates, founded by former Capcom employees and veterans of game development, were in search for a concept of a new game. An initial pitch for a 2D side-scrolling action game was rejected, so a team of 3 decided to patch together the most absurd pitch for a game they could think of. What about a 3D shooting game, where the enemies are actually girls who are obsessed with you and you have to shoot them before they have the chance to confess their feelings? Inti Creates had no experience making 3D games, and the sheer premise of this pitch was so crazy, there was no way it would be greenlit. Except it was. The result of this throwaway meme pitch was the creation of Galgun, released originally on Xbox 360 and later ported to the PlayStation 3 in 2011. A game like this would be expected to be a one-and-done ordeal. After all, this kind of fan service ecchi harem anime game would have a pretty narrow appeal, and yet 15 years later is still alive in Inti Creates' universe of games. Given how Galgun recently celebrated its 15th anniversary, and Inti Creates is set to celebrate its own 30th anniversary in 2026, I thought, why not explore this series? How the heck did a game like Galgun go from a throwaway pitch that wasn't expected to be greenlit to an Inti Creates icon alongside such critically acclaimed series like Bloodstained and Azure Striker? How has Galgun managed to persist over a decade and a half? Despite the mockery, there must be something about these games that has lent to the series some kind of staying power. So let's explore the growth and evolution of the series. This is the Galgun series Retrospective. If I could describe Galgun in a gameplay sense in the simplest terms, I would say it would be something like House of the Dead, Virtua Cop, or Time Crisis, and combined with especially strong Bishoujo game themes as well as a sprinkling of visual novel and dating simulator as well. In its presentation, it is just one big fan service and or harem anime with strong interactive elements. Its Sero D rating suggests that it is just on the cusp of general acceptability, and even then, barely. But in a gameplay sense, I think just writing it off as a mindless game for society's more questionable, i.e. the GG salaryman or the cherry boy recluse, kind of sells the game short. On the surface, it might look like just some perverted fever dream where you are simply tasked with mashing buttons, but if you look under the surface, what awaits you might actually be a bit more involved than what the surface level might suggest. The game centers around the main character Tenzo, who is particularly unpopular with girls at his school. Patako is a love angel who must earn her graduation from school by helping some guy like Tenzo find a girlfriend. She accidentally misfires her weapon, which basically functions like Cupid's arrow, and she fires her entire arsenal of love arrows at Tenzo, making him irresistible to literally every girl at his school. This creates a huge problem for both Tenzo and Patako, and they must team up together to fight off the female hordes in the pursuit of his one and only crush. He accomplishes this primarily by speaking the right words to his target girl and uses his newly acquired pheromone gun for basically everything else. Initially, you are asked to answer a short questionnaire by Patako. This helps determine your initial stats, which can be modified through the course of the story as you are increasingly successful with the other girls in the optional Doki Doki field sections. More on that later. Your goal is to travel to the various places in the school throughout the day, fending off the waves of girls that try to chase you down and confess their feelings to you. You keep them at bay by pacifying them with your pheromone gun. Every girl has a weak spot, however, and if you hit that weak spot, they will go down in one hit. This move is called an ecstasy shot. The longer you play the game, the more intuitive these weak spots become to the player, and the longer the player will be able to chain these ecstasy shots. Tenzo will also be met with dialogue options while interacting with his chosen girl. His answers must align with that girl's personality in order to maximize his chances for the true ending, as opposed to the good or bad endings. There are also a series of character-specific mini-games you have to play through, and these typically involve shooting targets to some degree in order to accomplish some task that is specific to whichever character you choose to pursue. Every character has 3 rounds of Doki Doki field sections, the first 2 being mostly identical save for a slight increase in difficulty, and the final one being more like those with the side characters after having eliminated the so-called guardians in the preceding boss fights. The boss fight usually requires you to take out the guardians protecting the girl, so that you can launch into the final Doki Doki field section. In total, there are 4 different girls, and by extension, unique stories you can choose to play through. Since each story takes between 1 to 3 hours to finish, of course you'll likely want to play through them all at minimum. Each time you play through story mode, you are presented with a difficulty selection, either a beginner mode or an expert mode. The only real difference between these 2 modes I was able to notice is that the beginner mode presents you with tutorials before different minigames and boss fights are stricter with windows of opportunity to actually eliminate their guardian aura. The game is a light gun shooter that is entirely on rails, so you only have control of the target reticle on the screen. The same girls will spawn in the same places at the same time every time, so the game incentivizes repeat playthroughs to increase your rank. The game determines your story outcome based on a number of different parameters. The first is your success rate and your ability to say the right thing to each girl. The higher number of agreeable things you say to her, the increased your chances will be to get a favorable ending. There is also a ranking system. As you score points by performing well in the on-rails sections, the Doki Doki field, and in mini-games and boss fights, the higher your cumulative score will be. As your score passes certain thresholds, the higher your rank will be. Your starting rank is G and upgrades to F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and God as you continue scoring points. The more you are able to optimize and maximize the points you earn per stage, the faster your score can rise until finally reaching the top rank. This ranking system also helps to determine your potential ending. The last determining factor of which ending you receive is based on how high you can get her affection percentage by the end of the last Doki Doki field section. The closer to 200% you can get her to, the better. I can't really tell if these parameters are weighted in any specific way, but I get the impression that the minigame sections have their own deciding factor, independent of the others I mentioned that have an additional background determining factor that isn't as easy to account for. The on-rail sections are pretty straightforward. You assume a first-person perspective, and as your character moves about the various environments, he must use his pheromone gun to shoot down any of the girls trying to confess their love to him. Your HUD contains 2 meters, a heart meter and a life meter. Your life meter decreases every time a girl manages to successfully land a confession or sign of affection to you. This is either accomplished by presenting Tenzo with a love letter or by shouting some phrase at him. Girls attempting to present a letter can be stun-locked into not handing over their letter by blasting them with the pheromone gun. The girls that shout phrases are a little more involved since the words of the phrases have travel times and act as projectiles. They can be shot down, or if you're fast enough, Tenzo can take out the girl from whom the phrase originated, which cancels her attack before it can reach him. Once Tenzo's life bar is depleted, he blacks out and is presented with a chance to try again or give up. Trying again will begin the entire stage all over again from the start. Giving up will boot you back to the title screen. By far, these on-rail sections can be where the lion's share of points can be earned, and this is especially true when the Doki Doki field is used effectively to maximize bonus points for maximum gains. The Doki Doki field is the gameplay mode that Galgun is probably most known for. This is usually activated within the on-rails sections by pressing the triangle button while your target reticle is on a girl and your heart meter is filled at least once. The heart meter, by the way, can be filled multiple times over, which can be essential if your aim is to earn a lot of points. Any girl in the game can be taken into the Doki Doki field, be they students or teachers. You know, for the prestige, right? Once launching into the Doki Doki field, the individual girl who is targeted is suspended in some kind of empty void where she can be moved vertically and rotated left and right. It is your goal to fill her heart meter completely by finding her weakest spots and shooting them with your pheromone gun. You can determine which spot is weaker than the others based on the size of the Doki text that appears whenever you change sections of her that you're targeting. The bigger the text, the weaker the spot, and the faster shooting that spot will fill her heart meter, and the more points it will earn you. Point values themselves increase by multiples of 4 depending on the relative weakness of some spots to others, with the max base value on the weakest spots being 32 points per shot and the lowest base value being 4 points. If you press and hold the R2 trigger, you can zoom in on the targeted spot of the girl, which essentially charges your pheromone shot. The longer you hold, the higher the point multiplier will be. Doing so on a girl's weakest point can earn you up to 300 or more points per shot. But it isn't all that easy. If you focus for too long on one particular spot of a girl, she will eventually block it, and you can no longer target not only that spot, but that entire sector of her. What I mean by that is that girls can be broken down in larger divisions, or sectors as I like to call them. They are top half and bottom half. This can also be subdivided further into top front, top back, bottom front, bottom back, but this particular subdivision isn't always reliable, since girls can occasionally bar you from the entire top or entire bottom, regardless of if your target is in front or back. The basic strategy I learned to deploy in order to maximize point yields is to focus on either two especially weak parts of her that are relatively close to one another but on opposite halves of her, or target her weakest spot with the strongest charge of the pheromone shot and immediately target a secondary target which is close and ideally one of the weaker points. Doing this helps to minimize the risk of ever being blocked, so that even after filling her heart meter, you can still maximize your point yields to a potentially extreme degree. There is a catch, however. You must at least fill her heart meter completely before the timer runs out. Your timer is your own heart meter, which drains steadily as you linger in the Doki Doki field. Once your heart meter is depleted, the field dies off, regardless of your success with that girl or lack thereof. That's why it's important to fill Tenzo's heart meter more than once over if your aim is to fill the girl's heart meter up totally. You aren't punished for not accomplishing this task, however. You still keep your points and the girl is still pacified once you return to the on-rails section, but you don't get the massive point bonus that occurs if you do fill the heart meter when you return to the on-rails section. If you do accomplish the task of filling her heart meter, she will act as something of a screen nuke, taking out all the other girls with her in the scene instantly. So, if you're able to do the Doki Doki field and in an especially busy scene with a lot of girls, getting one to her maximum heart meter will give you points to the tune of thousands. That, coupled with your ability to farm serious points from a girl by effectively utilizing your zoom in ability and your ability to target her weak spots, makes for a surprisingly engaging strategic points earning gameplay loop if you're into that sort of thing. I am into that sort of thing. This core gameplay loop is crack to me. Just this aspect of the game alone, the on-rails and the Doki Doki field modes, are enough for me to keep coming back to this game almost like I'm its slave. And what enables this is the fact that aside from the story mode, there are two other modes, Doki Doki Carnival and Score Attack. Doki Doki Carnival is kind of like a Gaiden story mode where Patako returns to you and you are introduced to Ekoro, her protege, who both guide you into navigating the more advanced mechanics of Doki Doki Field gameplay. Specifically, this game mode doesn't just isolate one single girl like the story and the score attack modes do. Every stage instead adds more girls to the mix, culminating in a grand total of 7 by the time you get to the end of the story. It's its own self-contained story mode where you get to choose the track you take from branching story pathways based on locations within the school. Different groups of side girls are in different locations throughout the school, so each branching pathway presents to you different experiences when navigating the Doki Doki field with the various mixed and matched girls. Here, you are able to switch between different girls at will, but not all of them will be open to you. This time, if a girl blocks you, the chances are that she will kick you away to the next girl immediately. You can try to go back to her by pressing the X button, but it's not a guarantee you can finish her off. This is where the switching strategy I mentioned before can become essential, since this time your heart meter is only filled 2 times over. Once your heart meter runs out, you lose and have to start over. You can recharge your heart meter by pressing the triangle button if the girl's heart meter is full, and you must do this to manually detonate the heart bomb. Failure to do so before your timer runs out will result in a total stage failure where you have to start over again. This gameplay section is pretty intense since there is more pressure to fill each girl's heart meter before the time runs out. But you are still ranked by the end of your run through the story, so it would still be wise to farm the girl for additional points, since this is the only way you can earn points. While it's intense, your chances at trying again are unlimited, so as long as you remain persistent, it can be pretty easy overall to achieve the SS rank by the end of a casual run. But I suspect that the point threshold for an SS rank is significantly lower than a God rank, or maybe it isn't. I actually haven't gotten the God rank yet. I will definitely be going for it anyway, even though I'm writing this, which means by my own rules, I'm technically off the hook for having to continue to play this game, but that's neither here nor there. Score Attack mode is a pretty interesting mode. Essentially, it takes the main on-rails levels from each girl's track in the story mode and culminates with the final boss at the end. This is kind of a roguelite gameplay style because you have only one life bar, and if that life bar is depleted, that's the end of your run entirely. Your score and rank are recorded, and if you want to try again, you have to start from the beginning. This might sound pretty easy, but it's a bit trickier than the visual might make it appear. Your health gauge does regenerate a little bit between levels, but ideally you are able to manage a no damage run. This requires a strong sense of level memorization and a strong command of the game's controls. Speaking of which, for this video, I played the original on PlayStation 3, and since it was released late into the PlayStation 3's lifespan, that means that it also offers 2 different control options. The first, of course, is the standard control layout with the DualShock 3, or for me, 6-axis controller. You move your target reticle over the screen with either the left or right thumbstick. You can speed up or slow down the speed the target reticle moves across the screen using either R1 to speed up or L1 to slow down. R2 is used to zoom into any potential targets that may appear in the distance or behind objects. The circle button is to shoot your pheromone gun, which operates as a semi-automatic weapon, which means one button press counts as one shot. As far as I'm aware, there are no alternative projectile types. But hey, it's 2011, and you're still playing with a controller? Get with the times and upgrade to motion controls. Galgun supports the PlayStation Move input, and you bet I had to try this out. I'm not inherently against the mere concept of motion controls, so of course I wanted to give it a shot. How does it work? Well, being that it is motion controls, they are pretty simple. You aim your targeting reticle by moving the PlayStation Move wand where you want the reticle to go. You fire your pheromone shot by pulling the trigger on the ventral side of the controller. You can zoom in and out using the large center button on the dorsal side of the controller, and you can answer dialogue options by pressing either the X, circle, square, or triangle buttons that are at each corner of the large center button. You'd assume that having controller input options would be a nice feature, and indeed it is. But each of these controller input options comes with their own downsides. one of which is understandable and the other one extremely annoying, which both equally harm the game's playability and in frustratingly different ways. One of my favorite pastimes is going back to the old console versus PC debates of yesteryear YouTube, mostly because of nostalgia. But one of the things highlighted in those debates that can't be truer is that no matter how well calibrated, analog stick aiming in first-person shooting games will never have the same level of precision as a mouse and keyboard. For the most part, Galgun is really good at mitigating this as best it can. The girls' hitboxes are pretty generous, and while some of the hidden girls can be difficult to reach even when you anticipate the timing of their appearance and the tiny window of opportunity you have to hit them, it is still possible to get them with the ecstasy shot using the controller. The controller input has no problems whatsoever with the Doki Doki field. Instead, where the stark limitations of the analog stick aiming come into play is with some of the mini-games and the boss fights. Both of these game modes require the player to shoot either moving targets in specific places or small targets within a narrow time frame to fill a bar at the top of the screen. These mini-games look incredibly simple, and indeed they are. But the analog control is so imprecise that once things start to speed up, the analog control can't seem to keep up, leaving you with a much lower rating for that minigame than you might have had. You can control the speed of the reticle by pressing and holding the R1 button to speed it up or L1 to slow it down, but this doesn't change the built-in flaw of the dead zones in the PS3 controllers themselves. Their lack of sensitivity can make trying to finish these minigames feel like an unwieldy experience, save for one of them. It's playable, of course, but I found myself frustrated, feeling like I could have done better with more accurate aiming. The PlayStation Move solves this issue. Aiming with this is incredibly accurate. Motion controls get a bad rep, and while there is some issue with drift happening now and then, necessitating periodic recalibrations for it generally, I find that even the drift is easier to accommodate for than the analog control for the standalone controller. But there is one catastrophic flaw that kills the out-of-the-box control layout of the PlayStation Move controller. One of my best skills on the standard controller is the ability to shoot pretty rapidly. I have a fast thumb thanks to Yoda's training on Dagobah in Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike on GameCube, a childhood classic.
Use the Force to free your ship from the swamp. Press the B button rapidly.
Now, of course, you can't shoot that fast so easily with the trigger on the PlayStation Move controller, and there's no rapid fire option, so of course, you trade rapid fire for aiming accuracy. That's when I discovered that the PlayStation Move was dropping, I guesstimate, 45 to 55% of my shooting inputs. You'll be seeing some frustrating footage, no doubt, of my target reticle on something and I'm not shooting it and I just let that thing, whatever it is, hit me. That's the game not registering my inputs at all. This is a common recurrence. At first, I wondered if it was interference or reflections messing with the PlayStation camera, or maybe the way I was holding the wand itself. Nope. It's just not reading my inputs. As frustrating as this was, it is also incredibly disappointing. Here we have a nearly perfect control input for a game that, at its core, due to the nature of its genre, was made for this style of input, and it only half works. Luckily, Galgun does offer a way to remap buttons on the standard controller, so maybe the same can be done for the PlayStation Move inputs as well? I actually didn't think to try that before, but regardless, even if that does remedy the problem, it's too bad that it gets so close to perfect. The core gameplay is fine with the controller, but the mini games are absolutely killer for the most part without the precision of the PlayStation Move and the responsiveness of the standard controller. It would be amazing if button remapping did the trick, because it would make attaining platinum for Galgun that much simpler. Not necessarily easier, mind you, but alas. Obviously, I opted for the controller, at least for this video, as my main control input, since it was still the better of the two options despite its significantly downgraded aiming accuracy. Despite all of that, though, it did not detract from the sheer enjoyability this game offered. Learning new strategies, aiming for higher scores and higher ranks is extremely addicting to me, and is one of my favorite kinds of things to pursue in games in general. It also helps that it offers a steady drip feed of new trophies and achievements upon almost every gameplay session I opened, which definitely kept my monkey brain wanting to come back for more. At its core, Galgun offers an incredibly engaging gameplay experience that shockingly incentivizes constant revisiting in pursuit of higher scores and ideal endings. The game also rewards you with feathers upon completing a gameplay-style story mode, score attack mode, and Doki Doki Carnival. Feathers are an in-game currency that can be used to unlock special artwork and videos in the gallery. There's a lot to unlock, so if you want to unlock everything, you're gonna have to play through these gameplay modes probably equally as many times. Galgun gets shrugged off as being shallow, but I'm not entirely convinced of that. Yes, all things considered, it's pretty easy, or at least simple. You can just get all the possible endings in beginner mode through a mostly half-hearted attempt. A and S ranks aren't really that hard to get, except for in score attack mode, I suppose. Failure is largely forgiven pretty generously, and if you only care about playing through the story, you could get away with finishing Kaname's story and calling it a day, I suppose. But this isn't a game for everyone. Galgun, I don't think, was designed to be a multi-platinum seller. Its visuals aren't much to write home about. OBS registered the game's output resolution from my PS3 to be 640 by 360 resolution. That's 360p. The environmental textures are so low resolution that you could probably fit them on a Nintendo 64 cartridge. But some of the artwork in the background is so high resolution, you wonder if there's a full percent of the game's data on the disc reserved just for that. The character designs are really nice, and the animations are surprisingly varied. Even the voice work is more varied than a mid-budget game of this caliber would typically have. Galgun for me is reminiscent of an arcade game that puts its gameplay design and only its most crucial art aspects in the forefront ahead of everything else. It's clear that the budget was likely limited. Inti Creates is a smaller developer/publisher relative to other Japanese game companies after all, but their allocation of that budget, in my opinion, seems to have been the most optimal as evidenced by the game's design. This is for people who like some story and appreciate the illusion of choice, even if it's as wide and as deep as a puddle, as long as its core gameplay is strong. And this is where the audiences for this game differ. If you like racking up high scores and don't mind practicing the same series of levels and the same gameplay over and over again for the pursuit of a higher score, the achievements, or 100% completion, that's who this game is for, which is why I totally understand why Galgun isn't universally praised from a gameplay perspective. I know it's risque and its premise is kind of dumb, but Galgun knows this too, and has a sense of humor about it. And if nothing else, I gotta at least respect that about it. I mentioned minigames a number of times, but just what are these minigames? Well, that's a good question. Essentially, each girl has their own interest and own task they need to carry out through their respective stories, and all of them tie into the history of their relationship with Tenzo that helps to cultivate their bond with him as the story progresses. Kaname's minigame involves her looking for books at the library, and you have to hold the stepladder for her whilst periodically picking books off the shelf and not letting her fall. This one is kind of a pain with the analog control, especially since you have a time limit to collect as many books as possible, and some of those books are far away and small. The longer you have your hand off her stepladder, the worse her balance will become and the harder it will be to hold her in place. If she does fall, you have to keep the books from falling onto her head by shooting them. Akira's minigame involves this contraption that she has to practice her hitting or something. It fires these giant steel balls, and when she hits them at you as her target, you have to shoot them before they can hit you. Sometimes she will hit multiple balls at you simultaneously and you have to shoot them all down while the time is stopped, or else whichever ones you don't shoot will hit you, dealing damage and lowering the progress bar at the top. Again, there is a time limit to this, so you want to keep the progress bar as full as possible by the end. Kaoruku's minigame involves you posing nude for her in various ways she wants and then fighting the urge to sleep. You accomplish the latter by shooting down sheep that travel across the screen. If they make it to the edge of the screen, you become sleepier, and if enough of them make it to the edge of the screen, you will fall asleep and be rudely awoken by a very angry Kaoruku. But you can't just shoot the sheep. You are required to shoot the sheep within a specific target area as they move across the screen. Some of them mosey across, some of them prance, some of them run. Sometimes they stack on top of each other. If you shoot them outside the target area, which varies from sheep to sheep, they will become angry and charge their way across with no means to stop them. By far, this minigame is the least playable with the controller. I've successfully completed the minigame only once and with the PlayStation Move, and even then, just barely, mostly thanks to the dropped inputs I mentioned previously. I strongly dislike this minigame. Aoi's minigame, in stark contrast, is a lot simpler. You have to help her write a song. She'll give you ideas for the kind of lyrics she wants, and you have to choose the best option of 3 by shooting them before time runs out, kind of like a fill-in-the-blank kind of game. At first they just appear, but then they start to jump around. It's made even easier by the fact that the lyrics she wants light up when your target reticle hits them. Maybe it's too easy, but it's perfectly feasible with the controller input, more than any of the other minigames. In spite of its flaws, I really like Galgun. It's a fun game with an addicting gameplay loop that has me wanting to play it more even now as I'm making this script and recording it. Fun as it is, how does its sequel modify the core gameplay of the original Galgun? That's the question I find myself asking as I go back and revisit the first Galgun game I played back in 2018. It's been quite a while. full disclosure. From this point on, I've moved away from console and to the ever-glorious PC Master Race. I was feeling a bit nostalgic, so even though I could play this game on my PC Master Race desktop, I opted to play the game at least a little bit using one of my gaming laptops, specifically the Clevo laptop with the i7-4700MQ and the GT750M graphics card. Since this laptop's spec is very close to the computer I used to play this game originally back around late 2017. That being said, for the sake of convenience and general compatibility with OBS, I did capture the majority of my footage running on my desktop. So, you might see some mismatched footage, but I'll try to minimize the jarring visuals as best I can. Galgun Double Peace is easily one of my favorite games ever. It was when I first played it, and upon revisiting it, it still lives up to the hype in my mind all these years later, though it does feature a surprising number of changes from the first game. Starting with the basics, once again, this is an on-rails light gun shooter. This means that once again, your character movements are entirely limited and outside of your direct influence. Characters always spawn in the same order at the same time in all the levels every time. This means that the game is built on the idea of player mastery through repeat playthroughs in order to maximize their scores as they rack up points in order to achieve the highest rank they can by the end of the story track they choose to play through. Once again, there is also a dating sim light aspect to the game as well. The player is presented with dialogue options which they must choose the best of based on the character they are pursuing in order to get that character's true ending. The trademark Doki Doki mode also returns, though its function is quite different this time around. More on that later. Once again in Galgun Double Peace, there is a light RPG system where you can have a specific character build whose stats you can build upon over the course of a given playthrough. This system seems to play a heavier role this time around in Double Peace, but more on differences later again. As was the case in the previous game, you have a choice between different characters to choose from, which each offer their own unique endings. This includes Shinobu, Maya, Shinobu and Maya, or the Sisters track, the Angel and Demon track, and the True Love Mystery track. Each has their own stories and unique win conditions, which the game incentivizes playing through all of. There is a difficulty select, like in the first game, and named the same, Beginner and Expert. This time around, there is only one additional game mode, which is Score Attack, which functions the same way as it did in the previous game, where you choose a story, play through that story's main stages, and accumulate as many points as possible by the end. Your score is then recorded and ranked. There is no Doki Doki Carnival this time around. Kind of. Again, more on that later. The story between both games is comically similar, and that is by design. Galgun might be called Gooner bait these days, but what separates Galgun from the typical Gooner traps on places like Steam or the Switch eShop is that Galgun leans heavily into humor. It does not take itself seriously, and as a result, it has you busting guts far more often than it has you busting. Galgun Double Peace opens much in the same way as the first game. This time, however, it's not Patako taking her Love the Angel exam, but instead it's her apprentice, Ekoro, an Inti Creates icon. Ekoro is an elite angel and proud of it. She is determined to succeed at helping some hapless fool find his destined true love. Somehow, Ekuro ends up making the same fatal error as Patako did the year prior. Once she acquires her target, Hodai, she also discovers a demon, Kurona, also targeting him. It turns out that she, Kurona, is doing a makeup lesson and has also chosen Hodai as her target. In a flustered panic, Ekuro accidentally overcharges her love gun and accidentally blasts Hodai with too many angel arrows, overcharging his romantic aura by 32 times, 2 times the mistake Patako made the year prior. Ekuro, with her strong sense of moral conviction, and because she doesn't want to be punished the same way Patako was after she failed her exam and her makeup lesson, Ekuro is determined to help Hodai find his true love before sunset. And so, the two set off on their quest. Ekuro and Patako both make a return in Double Peace, and you'd also be surprised that a large number of characters from the previous game also make their return. Aoi, one of the main possible love interests in the first game, makes her return as the shopkeeper, and even she can be pursued as her own unlockable secret true ending. Nearly the entire cast of supporting characters from the previous game make their return in Double Peace. Of course, since this game takes place at the same school just a year later, most of the students who attended last year will still be here this year. Some might say that this is a savvy decision on the part of the development team to reuse assets, but I appreciate the continuity. The one returning character who shouldn't still be here is Mafuyu, and the reason they give as to why she's still here is really funny. I won't go into detail about endings since I don't want to spoil anything, but suffice it to say that every story track has a default bad ending as well as a good and true ending. It should also be noted that the ranking system also makes its return and has the same scale starting from G and working its way backwards to F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 and God once again. Now that I've got the similarities down, let's talk about what's changed, because there's actually quite a bit that has. First, let's talk about your character stat build. In the first game, the way you built your character was to answer Patako's questionnaire at the beginning of the game. Based on your answers for the different parameters, athleticism, fashion, intelligence, and lewdness, she would rate you accordingly. This time, the process is much more streamlined. This was probably because it was pretty easy in the game to answer the questions in such a way where you could max out all your stats, trivializing the dating sim aspect of the game and the whole character stat system as a whole to a certain extent. This time, you must earn that privilege. What I mean is that now you are presented with a series of character builds you can choose from. These different builds emphasize specific stats, but at the cost of the others. This makes the stat building aspect of the game a lot more involved if the true endings are your main pursuit. Surprisingly, I found the most balanced builds for each character to either be the gentleman or the pervert. Bookworm can help in some scenarios, but nothing special is probably the worst build to start out with, though I might be wrong. Your character stats can be managed in a couple of different ways, though one is vastly more predictable than the other. The main and most reliable way to manage your stats is through Aoi's shop, which is a new addition in Double Peace. Here you can spend your earned fairy feathers on power-ups and stat enhancers, as well as donate directly to love hearts. The stat enhancers themselves have two varieties, one that only increases one specific stat and one that only decreases one specific stat. The increase and decrease amount is fixed at 10 points per unit purchased, and since these items only cost 600 feathers, it can be pretty easy to build your stats to the most optimal level fairly quickly. The game registers a stat as high once it reaches 50 out of 100. And I found that your ideal stat build through most story-heavy parts of the game ought to have every stat beyond 50 out of 100 in order to maximize your dialogue options and thereby your chances of attaining a given character's true ending. Dialogue options work pretty differently in Double Peace and are probably stricter in the first game. Once you discover the correct dialogue choice path for a character, it becomes essential that you keep your stats up through the course of the game. Why? Because if you don't, you might find yourself in a position where you might potentially have to start the story over from the beginning, provided you didn't save during your playthrough. In the first Galgun, your dialogue options were more limited. You had a choice between 3 different options, which were all tied to your stats. The main thing here was that these responses scaled with your stats, so not only were they tied thematically to your current stats, but they were also scaled up and down relative to the number of points in that stat. So if you had high stats in all categories, you had the strongest possible dialogue options. Here in Double Peace, it's a strong binary. If your stat meets the minimum threshold, you have access to it. If it doesn't, you're locked out of it. As the game proceeds, the minimum threshold for the stat-specific responses gets higher. There is one dialogue option that isn't tied to your stats, and this serves as a generic nothing special option, which is safe but does little to increase the affection of the girl you're pursuing, if at all. Although dialogue choices aren't the only way to increase affection, it is probably the easiest way once you learn the best responses for each character. Once you become accustomed to the responses, you can kind of guess with relative accuracy which response is tied to which stat. So if you are going for the most optimal run, you can target only the stats you absolutely need relative to each scenario, if that's your preferred play style. There is also a bit of a spectrum of effectiveness when it comes to how certain dialogue options affect your gained affection. Some options are better than others and some are worse than others, and they will add or subtract to or from your affection score, respectively. This isn't the only way affection can be influenced, but I'll talk more about that later. One of the similarities between Double Peace and its prequel is that you can charge up your Doki Doki meter to launch into Doki Doki mode to give your select girl euphoria and set off a Doki Doki bomb, which can take out the other girls on the screen around her and earn you big point bonuses. Your selected girl also affects your stats in both games. The main difference in Double Peace boils down to the game mode's core mechanics. In the prequel, you can fill your Doki Doki meter up to 4 times, which then serves as your timer in the Doki Doki mode. The more you fill it up, the more time you have to give your selected girl euphoria and to farm points. The difference in Double Peace is actually pretty major. Instead of acting as your timer, instead the Doki Doki meter, which can still be charged up, but this time only 3 times, allows you to select up to that number of girls to bring into the Doki Doki field at once. While the Doki Doki Carnival in the first Galgun did feature up to 7 girls simultaneously, the gameplay mechanics here are fundamentally different. Double Peace instead streamlines the whole mode. Instead of the targeting and shooting mechanic of the first game, this is a lot more kinetic. The girls' heart meters are a lot smaller and can be a lot quicker to fill. You also have a shorter amount of time to bring the euphoria than you did in the first game. You are tasked with clicking your cursor on them to find their weak and weakest spots. Repeatedly clicking on them will fill their euphoria gauge, but there is a catch. Not every spot is a weak spot. A spot that lights up yellow or orange is a weak spot, and one that lights up pink is their weakest spot. If it lights up blue, however, it is a resistant spot, which will actually subtract points earned from their affection bar or heart bar. Some girls have wider weak spots than others, and so you must be careful with how you navigate these sections. You also have no control of the movement of the camera, and since the Doki Doki mode rotates in a 3D space, sometimes a girl's weak spot will only be accessible for a short amount of time. This can be slightly mitigated by buying the digital cameras from Aoi's shop, which offer different fixed camera angles, and toggling between them resets them to their starting position every time. But this doesn't take away from the challenge this system can sometimes present you. There is also a new double piece system, the game's namesake. This is basically a rebranded version of the 200% euphoria you can get in the Doki Doki field with the girls in the first game, except here it is necessary to get double piece, both for achievements and to activate the girls' Doki Doki bomb, if there is only one. At first I wasn't entirely sure how I was activating double piece until I realized that it came when you got the frame around the girl's profile picture over their Doki Doki bar to start glowing. Double piece automatically terminates the Doki Doki mode once achieved. If you don't satisfy the double piece condition before time is up, you will get a standard finish, but the individual girls you did manage to get the double piece condition will still detonate their Doki Doki bomb. Each girl gives their own stat boosts and nerfs to you depending on their own character. One of the benefits of bringing 2 or 3 girls into Doki Doki mode at once is that it can sometimes compound their combined benefits and minimize their potential downsides, maximizing stat gains or at least maintaining them. It should also be noted that Doki Doki mode is necessary for every girl in the game at least once in their 3 uniforms if you want to go for 100% completion. The difference between a double piece completion of a Doki Doki mode session should be pretty obvious, since the default finish is mostly generic and nothing is especially emphasized, whereas a double piece finish will show flowers and the girls or girl throwing up peace signs with both hands, hence the name. There is another Doki Doki mode in Galgun Double Piece. However, these are exclusive to the endings and whichever girl you choose to pursue, except for Ekoro. This mode works a lot like the first game. Here you have direct control of the camera by using the analog stick or arrow keys. If you are even remotely familiar with the original game's Doki Doki mode, then this should be a cinch. Surprisingly, what is supposed to be the grand finale of the story you choose is actually very easy. In the original game, there was a race against time to give euphoria to the girl before the timer ran out, specifically to bring her up to 200%, or as close to that as possible. Here in Double Piece, there is another 200%-esque state, but it is a lot clearer when reached, and it is completely possible to hit it well before the timer runs out. Compared to even the original Galgun's vanilla Doki Doki mode, this is extremely easy. Even when Double Piece hits you with Doki Doki mode with both Shinobu and Maya when you take the I Love Both Sisters track, it is far easier than taking on 2 girls from the original Galgun. When facing multiple girls in the original Galgun, it is extremely important to time your shots, quickly fill their heart meter, and either strategically switch between girls or set off their Doki Doki bomb to refill your timer so that you can move on to the next one. Here, when facing Shinobu and Maya, it is incredibly easy since they both seem almost programmed to distribute your shots among them equally. When you fill them to their 200%, they switch between each other after exactly the same number of times shot with the pheromone gun every time. There is little strategy. If there is, I've probably played too much Doki Doki Carnival from the original game to notice it, because of how low the difficulty level for this is. The 100% complete state activates once you fill their Doki Doki meter up to 50%. The 200% state then is achieved when 100% of the bar is filled and detonating the Doki Doki bomb at any time after achieving this will result in double peace. Their Doki Doki meter does not fill as fast as they do in the first game, but you have so much time. You could probably waste tons of time doing little to nothing and still get double peace if you know how to do it quickly. Finding a girl's weakest spots works the same way as it did in the first game, but one of the differences I noticed in double peace that, while small, is also incredibly useful is that when you land a critical shot on the girl's weakest spot, it does not run down your timer. In the first game, the timer is going constantly, and if you manage a fully charged shot with the pheromone gun on a girl's weakest spot, she will go into a euphoric state, which kind of stuns her. This takes all control away from you for a couple of seconds, and you can't get back to targeting her weak spots until after this short sequence is over. Meanwhile, during this whole time, the timer is still running down. In double peace, the timer pauses. It's a small difference, but it is very noticeable, at least to me, in gameplay. Double peace also offers a wider range of more specific areas to target, though because of how easy it isn't entirely noticeable. Probably the biggest change, aside from its relatively lower real stakes, is that your performance in Doki Doki mode, neither of them in double peace directly influences your final score. This is in stark contrast to the first Galgun, which heavily scores a lot of what you do, including Doki Doki mode. This combination of having a more streamlined series of systems and having a somewhat stronger emphasis on story as the player motivation instead of gameplay performance and maximizing scores is something that permeates throughout Galgun Double Peace, not just in Doki Doki mode, though it is most noticeable here. Minigames make their return in Galgun Double Peace, though this time these games are more complex, if even only slightly so. The first Galgun provided you with what were essentially themed shooting galleries, where you needed to use your pheromone gun to shoot a certain number of targets, minimize damage to yourself, and fill the satisfaction bar of your targeted love interest before the timer ran out. In Double Peace, a lot of these elements are still here, but this time the scenarios are a lot more narratively interactive. I actually don't know what the phrase or word to use to describe this accurately is, but while all the mini games, and I mean specifically for Shinobu, Maya, and both Shinobu and Maya together, are all essentially very similar to each other, they are context sensitive and have difficulty that makes sense given the scenario. These minigames involve using the pheromone gun to shoot targets, usually specifically shaped ones, that move around in regular intervals to fill a gauge before a timer runs out. This requires you to scan across the bodies of the character to use Hodai's seeing power to locate the targets. Occasionally, the girls will ask you to scratch an itch or something, which you use the right click and the mouse to perform. These specifically function as QTEs, and while optional, they are very helpful at filling the gauge faster. Once the gauge is filled, you enter into a QTE segment, which typically involves you clicking and holding right, left, or both mouse buttons and moving the mouse to perform an action to fill a bar at the bottom of the screen as many times as possible before the timer runs out. The more times you fill the bar, the more it takes to fill it again. This repeats 3 times for every minigame. While my first series of playthroughs of this game saw me as a trackpad hero, where some of these mouse actions were nigh impossible, for this playthrough I never got anything less than a perfect at the end of these minigames. Achieving a perfect is quite generous even on expert difficulty, so as long as you follow the instructions and don't run down the clock not filling the bar, I think you'd be hard-pressed to get anything less than perfect. Angel feathers make their comeback in Galgun Double Piece, but this time they work quite differently. Before, feathers were paid out to you at the end of a game mode, and you spent them on unlockable extras. The payouts were usually in the double digits, but varied depending on your finishing score and rank. In Galgun Double Piece, they work entirely differently. In Double Piece, feathers are paid out usually in the hundreds or even around 1,000 at a time in some cases, if not more. Feathers are the currency you use to buy upgrades to your character for that specific story run. This can include things like stat buffs or nerfs, as well as power-ups for your pheromone gun's projectiles, or to increase your max HP. There are also items you can buy that can help reduce damage you take from girls, as well as measuring tape to make it faster to get the 3 size for all the different girls. An Angel's Arrow, which can increase the number of points you earn from getting the ecstasy shot on the girls, and the Angel Eye Drops, whose only purpose is to make it easier to see through the girl's clothing when you zoom in. As a side note, the PC version of Galgun Double Piece offers one of the most unhinged DLC called the Pheromone Z item, which, when purchased in the game, lets you see through the girls' clothes instantly upon zooming in on them, which offers a clearer look than the Angel Eye Drops. The effect itself is pretty crazy as it is, but what makes this unhinged is the fact that this DLC costs 3 times more than the game itself. There is another item that, when installed and purchased in the game, makes all the girls' chests bigger. I'm only half kidding when I say that these guys at Inti are a bunch of mad lads. Anyway, these items can be purchased at a shop run by Aoi, who returns from the previous game, as I stated before. In the story, she is doing this as a fundraiser for her band Love Hearts, which you might remember her creating in the first game, or at least performing with. So they might be able to perform concerts internationally, though this is a secret, the information to which is slowly disseminated to you over time if you choose to donate to the band, as opposed to making straight purchases. Galgun Double Piece offers more possible endings than its prequel, and depending on what you count as an ending, it might not even be close between the two. Galgun Double Piece offers an ending with Shinobu, and Maya together, Ekoro, Kurona, Patako, Aoi, and any number of the other supporting girls in the game as well. To truly finish this game, you have to get the true ending in all of the story tracks at least one time. But if you want to go for 100% completion, part of that means getting the true ending with every single girl in the game, including all of the supporting cast. This might sound daunting, and as proven by the percentage of players who have completed those achievements suggests, very few people have that kind of patience to go for it. But I'll talk more about that a little later, since it's really not as bad as it might sound as long as you don't mind a few repeat playthroughs of the same story. Of all the true endings, Aoi's is the easiest to get, although it's secret. I found Maya's story pretty simple to get through as well, in terms of answering the prompts correctly. Shinobu is arguably the most difficult true ending, at least for me, to achieve, simply because the answers to her prompts can be a bit counterintuitive, but I don't know. Again, that's just me. Hatako's ending can only be unlocked after getting Ekoto's and Kurona's ending, and Ekoto's ending is the only one which doesn't include a Doki Doki mode for her, though you can still bring her into the Doki Doki mode elsewhere if you really want to. These all play linearly, taking you through the day from morning until sundown as you try to bring your affection percentage, final score, and your rank up to maximize your chances for the true ending. But this isn't to say that there weren't any changes between the first game and Double Peace, even in this regard, and this brings us to the game's core gameplay. At the bare basics, Galgun Double Peace works the exact same way as its predecessor. You are on rails, you control a target reticle on the screen and fire a pheromone shot at girls that try to confess their feelings to you in various ways. None of that has really changed, but some things have been added to the core gameplay that fundamentally transform the way you interact with it as opposed to the original. The first thing you might notice is that the zoom mechanic, while it did exist in the previous game, is a lot snappier this time around. Not only that, but it now also allows you to see through certain obstructing objects. This proves to be essential since now some girls in some stages will completely hide themselves behind opaque objects like pillars, statues, bushes, or even inside lockers. And if you care about chaining your ecstasy shots for those sweet extra bonus points, this will probably be essential. It's definitely essential if you want to get the ending with Yuko Ureino, since she can only be hit with the pheromone gun using the zoom feature. Some stages will include alternative pathways, which take you to different parts of the stage, which can unlock certain secrets or open you to collecting the various in-level items. What do I mean by this? Well, now there are side missions you can take up. They are completely optional, but can reward you with extra angel feathers to spend, or if Maya or Shinobu can give you an extra alternative chance to increase your affection rating with them if you flubbed a dialogue option with one of them earlier. You can check these missions on your phone before launching into levels, where you can see a number of chats taking place where girls will mention some problem they are having that you can solve. You can't select which missions to pursue. You can only check them. Based on the context of the conversation or messages, you can guess which stage to go to. It's not possible to accomplish every single mission in a single run, but since these missions only serve to earn you more feathers, they aren't especially plot important. The only case where they would be plot sensitive is if you're going for Yuko Ureino's ending, which makes these ghost-sighted missions mandatory to complete. Most of these missions, save for hers, are ones where you have to pick up objects by shooting them with your pheromone gun. These objects typically appear almost like shining stars, and are only visible within your target reticle's outer circle. Some of these appear in the far distance and can be nabbed from that distance if you anticipate them appearing. But sometimes they only appear for a very fleeting amount of time, maybe even for half a second. This includes the Ghost Girl, which makes replays imperative if you want to do these missions. There are also student journals scattered throughout the stages as well. These journals contain information about each supporting girl in the school. Part of 100% completion for Galgun Double Peace is to collect all these journals to get all of every girl's information. There are also additional costumes scattered in the levels as well. Shooting these will unlock additional costumes the girls can wear in the stages, and there are tons more of them available as DLC. It might sound like quite a bit, but The collectibles on the whole are actually pretty sparse, all things considered, especially considering the number of stages available to you in general. But probably one of the biggest things about Galgun Double Piece that might be pointed out is that you do have one alternative way to fire your pheromone gun. You can use the standard shot, or this time you have a charged shot, which can be further powered up by special drinks sold at Aoi's shop. These charged shots fire one powerful shot that is capable of giving an ecstasy shot to one girl and creating an era of splash damage large enough to stun any of the girls around her. This can be incredibly useful when dealing with girls in large packs as an alternative to Doki Doki mode if you haven't charged it enough yet. With the addition of Kurona as an active antagonist, so too does she bring her tricks. Her demon spear possesses affected girls with mini demons, which can give the girls an additional layer of resistance to your pheromone gun. These mini demons can be sighted within your target reticle's outer circle and can sometimes necessitate momentarily scanning the affected girl for the exact location of the mini demon. The mini demon takes up to 3 shots to dislodge from the girl, which will lead to the girl being stunned for a short time. Similar to the splash effect of the charged pheromone shot. Doing this will eliminate the mini demon and remove the effects of the mini demon on the girl. You could just shoot the girl a lot normally, but the point bonuses earned by taking out the mini demons strongly incentivize taking them out directly. Plus, it's pretty easy to do anyway, so why not? It should be noted that demon-possessed girls can also be brought into Doki Doki mode without having the demon detached from them. But if you don't manually remove the demon before the Doki Doki bomb detonates, you miss your chance at earning the bonus points of dislodging them. As I mentioned before, the story progresses linearly. Instead of progressing in set chapters like the first game, Double Piece progresses more like a Mario game. Kinda. What I mean by this is that there are episodes and 2 parts within each episode. You can kind of say that an episode in Double Piece is about the length of a chapter in the first game. In the first Galgun, you had the ability to retry every chapter at the score tally screen at the end of that chapter. But that meant you started from the beginning of that chapter. So if you wanted to fix a mistake you made later in the chapter, you were still required to do the whole thing over again, including cutscenes and dialogue. This raises challenges, of course, since dialogue options scale dynamically with your stats, and since your stats can change over the course of a chapter playthrough, it can make retries feel a bit complicated. Galgun Double Piece changes this with a single quality of life improvement, a manual save option. At the end of every section of an episode, you are booted back to a stage select menu. Here is where you can go to Aoi's shop, configure options, quit, go to the next stage, check for side missions, or save manually. Saving means that if you made a mistake during that particular run, you can just reload from that save and immediately try again. It is such a time saver, especially if you are specifically hunting for achievements for 100% completion. Of course, there is also a way to retry in the middle of levels and boss fights in case you missed a collectible in the stage or aren't confident you will get the perfect rank at the end of a boss fight for that achievement. Another quality of life improvement from the original Double Piece is that when you start a new game, you don't have to sit through the game's whole introduction every time. It offers you the ability to skip the prologue once you have played through the story once already. It's really convenient and doesn't go underappreciated by me. Some other differences include the ability in Double Piece to choose the levels you progress through. This decision can help determine the stats you build depending on what you feel like you might need for certain essential dialogue options in the event you don't have enough feathers to influence them. I found myself at a pretty bad deficit in athleticism for one particular run, but I chose to go to the gym, and the girls that were there all happened to provide boosts to my athleticism stat upon going through Doki Doki mode with them. But if variety is what you want, the Branching Pathways progression system itself offers, you ensure that you will have many possible combinations of story playthroughs. They don't influence the story, mind you. If I could characterize this progression system, it would be like pulling off a main road to a side road which runs parallel to the main road and then merges back with it. If nothing else, it gives you the ability to see more of the school's various environments in a more condensed player-driven way than the previous game, whose story tracks and stage progression were all fixed and dependent on the girl you chose to pursue. Speaking of pursuing girls, let's talk about what is effectively the game's post-game, the True Love track. This is the track you take if you want to get the true ending with any of the side girls. This track, of course, locks you from pursuing any of the main girls, but upon entering this story track, the rules of the game change slightly, since now you are fishing in a pool of more than 50 individual options. Each girl has a type, and her preferences are based on your stats. This is where the TFG personality type can be less useful, since none of the girls are looking for a guy who is totally perfect at everything. Your stats must instead fall within the range of their preferred stats. On top of that, if you need to build their affection meters, this is accomplished by bringing them into the Doki Doki mode and giving them euphoria. If you give them double peace, you will fill 1 heart. If you don't give them double peace, it will only be half a heart. Upon meeting a single girl's preferences and stats, not perfectly, but at least having more positives to outweigh negatives and neutrals, and having her affection maxed out, upon launching into the next stage, you are presented with the option to skip to her ending, wherein you have to save her from Kurona's Mr. Balloon Demon boss. You are able to manipulate your stats in 2 different ways, both of which I discussed previously, but this is where buffs and nerfs become especially important. If you are specifically targeting one girl, it becomes important that you match her preferred stats. Let's say you're too smart and too fashionable, but not athletic enough. Your options are to totally tank your intelligence and fashionista scores with the bad fashion magazine and the cursed glasses, and to raise your athleticism by buying the dumbbell. Alternatively, if you know the right place to go, you can specifically target that girl for constant Doki Doki mode hits. By doing this, she will gradually assimilate you to her preferred stats range. I've done both, and both are very viable means of getting your stats to whichever girl's standards. Thanks to the skip to the end option and the ability to save between every section of every episode, it is possible to clear entire swaths of girls' endings in one story playthrough. It's super convenient, and is why I say that getting each and every single girl's true ending isn't as daunting as it might seem, though I suppose fighting the same end boss repeatedly might be a bit fatiguing for some. I don't mind it though. I love this game too much. I almost forgot to mention, but one of the biggest differences in the main gameplay for Galgun Double Peace from the first game is the fact that in some levels, Hodai will stop and find himself surrounded on 3 sides by waves of girls coming at him. Here you are tasked to use the arrow keys to periodically rotate Hodai to take out all the girls before they can damage you. This gameplay mechanic is introduced to you at the same time as the mini-demon Kuronas are also introduced to you. I like to think of it as kind of a tower defense section where you are a turret in the tower. Maybe that's a dumb way to describe it, but These sections can be really fun to time when to set off the ultimate Doki Doki bomb for huge points gains. So, Galgun Double Piece lacks the Doki Doki Carnival that basically served as a makeshift whole new story mode for the first Galgun. Since Galgun Double Piece's score attack mode isn't quite as emphasized or robust as the original Galguns aside from the true love story mode, what other post-game options might you have? Well, this is tied to one of the reasons why you might want to actually unlock every girl's full profile in the character collection page. Aside from being able to edit the types of costumes they will wear in certain situations, you also unlock the chance to enter the Fantasize mode. Fantasize mode allows you to choose which costumes you want that girl to be in, her pose, and all in a very similar void reminiscent of Doki Doki mode. Here you can pretty much look at her at nearly every angle. It's kind of the ultimate fan service mode. But from there you can move into Doki Doki mode, where you can open the Doki Doki field and spend as much time as you want shooting her with your pheromone gun to give her euphoria. This mode allows you to go into Doki Doki mode with every girl in the game, including Ekoro, who you can't go into with otherwise. This mode is just for fan service and serves as a kind of reward for fully unlocking the girls you have in the game. Not much of a post-game for some, but might be a huge motivator for others. Probably the last big difference made in Double Piece is that this time there is a score bonus system. At the end of every stage, there is an end screen where you are graded out of 5 stars based on 3 parameters: time, damage, and accuracy. Time means you manage to complete a given stage or boss within a certain time threshold, though that threshold is unclear or at least not immediately obvious, since stages and bosses don't have timers like the latter sometimes would in the previous game. The damage parameter is ranked based on the amount of damage you took during the boss battle or stage, and the accuracy parameter is based on how many of your shots were hits versus misses. All these parameters are graded separately, and the higher the star value you receive, the higher the points bonus you earn at the end of the level or boss fight. 5 stars will grant you a 5,000 point bonus, so the maximum end screen bonus you can receive at the end of a stage is 15,000 points. These bonuses can be earned very easily, and I rarely saw my star ranking for any of one parameter fall under 3 stars. Maybe it's just thanks to the fact that by the time I got to this game, I had so much practice with the previous game that my skills could carry over very easily. But I think it's mainly thanks to the fact that even for the perfect rating of 5 stars for every parameter, your margin of error is quite generous. And honestly, I'm glad that is the case. So I want to slightly divert from the comparison to talk about the more technical aspects of Galgun Double Piece, since it does exhibit some technical quirks. The game supports up to 1080p resolution, and I ran the game at its default 720p on my retro laptop, and of course 1080p on my modern desktop. Generally, the game ran very smoothly on both machines. Galgun Double Piece, despite being a 3D action game, is pretty light, all things considered, even for my retro PC. My footage might suggest that the game can run choppy on both of my machines, but that's not an accurate picture of what the in-game experience was actually like. The captures I took weren't capturing the persistent screen tearing taking place. This game has no setting that I could find which could cap the game's frame rate. While this doesn't affect the game's speed or logic, it does lead to an interesting kind of screen tearing where where the tear appears to scroll down the screen almost like a CRT scan line. While I'm not a fan of screen tearing in general, this kind of screen tearing didn't really bother me that much. At the very least, it didn't resemble the other kinds of screen tearing I experienced in other older games that make the game visually more difficult to adjust to. Galgun Double Piece also occasionally suffers from hit detection issues, especially for enemies in the distance and in the standard Doki Doki mode. Sometimes if you try to hit a girl or a boss from far away with your pheromone shot, the game will register the shot as a miss when it was definitely a hit. In the Doki Doki mode, sometimes depending on the distance and angle from the girl, some of your mouse button clicks will register as if you are clicking a different, typically adjacent part of the girl, leading to incorrect feedback and results. Generally, the Doki Doki mode isn't too high stakes, so it doesn't matter that much, but I thought it would be worth noting. The biggest thing, however, is more a question of stability. Galgun Double Piece is, the vast majority of the time in my experience, a very stable experience, but there are some technical quirks that come with the fact that the game is running on Unreal Engine 3 in modern/higher-end hardware and newer software environments. My original experience with Galgun Double Piece on my Lenovo IdeaPad with its very modest hardware, i5-7200U CPU and a GeForce 940MX with 8GB of system memory and 1TB hard drive, the game ran fine without any issues, if memory serves me correctly. On my slightly higher end laptop I ran the game on for this video, and on my main desktop I experienced exactly one crash of the game on each of these devices. Apparently this has to do with some technical decision made when programming the game that results in certain memory call errors made during certain multi-threaded tasks where, especially on higher end or faster CPUs, leads to one thread finishing a task far ahead of another, leading to a memory error. Actually, my technical know-how of this issue is quite limited, but there is documentation about this issue in the Steam community for the game, and there are fixes you can make to make the game more stable if you are interested. It's not a rare issue, but even without performing any of the fixes at any point during my 31 hours of gameplay I did for this video, I only saw 2 crashes. Whether that's a lot for you is up to you, but for me, it's easily forgettable, but it's still worth noting. Actually, as far as technical differences are concerned, neither game is perfect in terms of performance, but they just manifest themselves in different ways. But getting away from performance issues on a general technical level, I find that Galgun Double Piece offers a visual evolution from the first game. This might be thanks to the fact that Inti Creates moved from their own in-house engine to Unreal Engine 3, and while certain background elements in Double Piece are still pretty low resolution, they aren't quite as blurry as they were in the first game, though environmental textures still remain quite low, and foliage details are basically on par with something you'd see on a 6th generation console. But that's part of the visual charm of Galgun in general. As a mid-tier game in terms of budgetary resources, a lot of these types of details are easier to overlook. Probably the aspect of Double Piece I found as an upgrade from the first game is that the introduction cutscene is entirely in-engine this time. In the first Galgun, the intro cutscene is an FMV. While it is still quite close to the game's real graphical fidelity, I think what gives it away are the resolution, which is noticeably higher than the game itself, and the fact that the video graphics have anti-aliasing, which Galgun on PS3 at least definitely lacks. Galgun Double Piece has all of its cutscenes in-engine, and it's probably a technical privilege afforded to the team at Inti by the fact that they are using Unreal Engine, which likely provides the tools to facilitate things like in-engine real-time cinematics. It might not look as good as the FMV from the original, but it helps the scene feel more grounded within the game, since the animations, expressions, and other assets are all things that can be seen in the game at any given time, as opposed to the flashier effects and more expressive characters afforded to animators animating a video. As an overall conclusion to the comparison between Galgun and Galgun Double Peace, I've basically boiled it down to a series of changes which mainly shift the focus of the game. While story was obviously a big part in the first Galgun, it was clear that the original Galgun prioritized as much of its core gameplay loop as possible. Racking up points and earning higher ranks are real challenges, even on beginner mode, in the first Galgun. It makes you work for your ranks, and I think, despite the fact that both games do give you certain point bonuses at their story's end, especially when it comes to the difficulty you played on, I do think that score was even just slightly de-emphasized in Double Peace. Of course, you are actively scored and ranked in both games, and there's no reason why you shouldn't try to get the higher score in either of them, but I found that in Galgun Double Peace, my focus had moved more toward the characters and story than focusing on the gameplay. Thanks to the larger number of story options available to you in Double Peace, I felt more strongly invested in it than I did in the story of the first game. Maybe it has something to do with the language barrier. My Japanese is far from perfect after all, but because it felt more like a real challenge to get the higher ranks in the first Galgun overall compared to Galgun Double Peace, it just seemed to me that the challenge present in Galgun's overall gameplay wasn't entirely there in Galgun Double Peace. But again, maybe it's just a skill thing? Who's to say at the end of the day, right? But thanks to its more streamlined experience in a variety of ways, Galgun Double Peace is much easier to revisit, and its post-game, where you are incentivized to manage your stats, pursue the preferences of certain girls, and use your Doki Doki mode in specific strategic ways to increase the girl's affection for you, and not just timing your Doki Doki bomb for maximum point yields, all in the service of getting the unique true ending with potentially all 70 plus girls in the game, to me, makes the game feel more story-driven than its predecessor. Especially in the true love story, since your score means very little to get the true ending in that mode, as evidenced by the fact that you can simply skip to the end of that day at any given point in a playthrough. After reluctantly tearing myself away from Galgun Double Peace in the midst of earning all the Steam achievements, it's at 89% completion as of making this video, I'm interested to see how the gameplay evolves the new concepts from Double Peace to Galgun 2. Does it even keep those concepts, or does it throw them away? After how endlessly enjoyable Double Peace was, it's hard to imagine that they could have possibly changed the game to refine the formula even more. But before we get to Galgun 2, let's take a little detour. Yes, I know. Mighty Gunvolt is a game with more direct ties to the lead-up to Mighty No. 9's release than Galgun, but given Ekoto is a playable character, and there are some very clear callbacks to Galgun in this game, I feel like I have to at least give this a passing look. I won't go into full detail about this game, since I think it would be more fitting to give this a thorough look over when I talk about Mighty No. 9 or some related game. So for the purposes of this video, I will only address the gameplay experience from front to back as Ekoto. This is the first time you can play as Elite Angel Ekoto. You use her Cupid arrow pistols to take out enemies. Everyone who knows this game knows at this point that this is an action side-scrolling platformer, and it plays very similarly to a Mega Man game. Since this game was developed by Inti Creates, who also developed Mega Man 9 and Mega Man 10, you can expect this game to be a bit of a tough time. It's not brutal, it's definitely nowhere near approaching the level of difficulty in Mega Man 9, but it does require some level of skill to get through. There really is no brute forcing your way through it. Ekoto has a unique moveset compared to Beck and Gunvolt. Of course, every character can run and jump, but Ekoto can also fly for a short time. This allows her to reach parts of levels built exclusively for her to reach, and gain access to extra goodies that other characters are locked from accessing. These extra goodies are collectibles that contribute to your final score. Ekoto can charge her pistols. Her charged shot is larger and does more damage. After hitting an enemy with a charged shot, once the enemy is defeated, Ekoto can actually befriend them, and that enemy joins her as an ally and floats alongside her and automatically fires at oncoming enemies. This can be pretty useful for taking out unseen off-screen enemies that happen to suddenly catch you off guard. Her flight ability proves to be incredibly useful during certain boss fights. It might actually make her one of the more OP characters, but I can't really confirm that at this current juncture. In any event, I found her ability to fly very useful, even outside of the few points within the relatively short stages you run through. In the PC version of Mighty Gunvolt, there are 5 main stages and 4 additional stages. Of these 9 stages, 2 of them are from Galgun, the Sakura Road and the Gym. Sakura Road recreates the original theme from Galgun Double Piece to an 8-bit rendition of the theme, and I really like it. The theme played for the Gym stage is the same theme that plays during the sections in Galgun Double Piece, where you are required to stand in one spot and rotate left to right and take out the girls coming in to surround you again in 8-bit form. This latter theme translates excessively well to the 8-bit chiptune sound font. The stages themselves are surprisingly accurate recreations of their original forms in the 3D games. The school features PA speakers which fire words at you which act like projectiles, just like the girls did in the Galgun games. And the end boss is Mr. Demon Veggie, whose weak spot is the same as it was in Double Piece. The best part is that suspended in a cage above his head is none other than Maya from Galgun Double Piece. It's such a cool detail, I really appreciated that as a fan of the games. The gym level actually takes you through not just the gym, but also the pool. There, at the pool, you'll find Akira's steel ball firing contraption, which was also featured as an environmental set piece in Galgun Double Piece. Here, it's an enemy, and there are many of them, and they can tank damage. The steel balls can take quite a bit of damage, so it becomes pretty important to time your jumps and attacks if you want to actually deal damage to these things. The gym end boss is the pink happy guy, or Mr. Happiness, but I like to call him Happy. Mr. Happiness frequently appears across the Galgun games, and typically give nice point bonuses if spotted and hit with the pheromone shot. Here, he appears as a boss that splits apart into a bunch of smaller versions of himself to do damage. Kinda like how it worked in the final boss in the first Galgun with Kaname. This is probably the easiest boss in the whole game, but I really liked it since in the Galgun games, every time you hit it, it says happy, and I really like that. The story for Mighty Gunvolt is surprisingly Galgun coded. While it is rendered mostly unintelligible thanks to the intentional butchering of the English translation, like what was common in the past when games developed in Japan and published on the NES and SNES would offer broken translations, but there's something to do with no love, a lack of couples, etc., and Ekoto is probably the most perfect of the cast in this game to solve this problem. So off she goes. I think it goes without saying that Mighty Gunvolt is an entirely different game than Galgun and Galgun Double Peace. We're going from 3D on-rails light gun shooter to a 2D side-scrolling action platformer. The differences are fundamental, so excuse me if I don't go into exhaustive detail about the lack of ecstasy shots, target reticles, and Doki Doki modes. But if I could point out one more similarity, it would be that there is some incentive to rack up a high score, if for no other reason than the achievement. The more enemies you can defeat and the longer you can stay alive, the higher your point multiplier becomes. So if you can do a no-death run through a stage, you have the possibility to get a pretty major point bonus. If you manage north of 30,000 points in a stage and go without dying in a stage, that's 2 achievements right there. If you care about achievements, I do. Since this is Inti Creates, this game retains all the storytelling charm and character of the games it references, and this is especially so with Galgun. Despite the fundamental differences in design and gameplay, thematically there are a number of details and references paying homage to its source material where appropriate that I couldn't help but to appreciate, even celebrate on a couple of occasions, as dumb as that might sound. Either way, Mighty Gunvolt isn't the only notable crossover title in this series. Actually, since Mighty Gunvolt was more of a mini-game to promote Mighty No. 9, it isn't even really a full game anyway. That full game would come a little later with Mighty Gunvolt Burst. Mighty Gunvolt Burst is a game that is a lot more than what meets the eye. When I first got the game on Steam, I thought that Beck, Gunvolt, and Ekoto were the only characters you could play as. What I only found out later, after finishing the game as Ekoto, is that the game also featured Kurona and Tenzo as DLC characters as well. Since I had already moved on to the next part of my video in terms of recording gameplay, I'm only featuring Ekoto in the gameplay here, but as of making this video, I have since played through the Switch version of the game as Kurona and Tenzo in order to get the fullest picture I could within the scope of this video. Again, as it went with Mighty Gunvolt, I felt that since this is more of a crossover game, I feel like a thorough look at this game is best suited in a different video. Because of this, I'll really only be looking at it strictly from the perspective of Galgun and its cast of characters. When it comes to the story for Mighty Gunvolt Burst, it remains just as humorous and as clever as the Galgun games themselves. The recurring theme between the characters featured in the game from Galgun is that they all somehow obtain a VR headset with the game installed on it, and are given their own reason to play through it. Ekoto decides to play through it at the insistence of Patako despite not being a gamer, the end result of which leads to some classic Galgun hilarity. Tenzo ends up playing the game as well at the insistence of both Patako and Ekoto, but only plays it if Patako will play it with him. And Kurona happens to find the headset lying around and decides beating the game before the original owner has the chance to even start it would make for an amazing prank. Since this game is presented in a 2D faux retro game aesthetic, there is no voice acting and the cutscenes, well, what few there are presented in pixel art style still images. The artwork itself translates beautifully to this style of presentation, and if it's one thing you can count on with Inti Creates, it's high-quality pixel art and tight, engaging gameplay. One of the interesting things about Mighty Gunvolt Burst is the fact that its difficulty is what you make it. At the game's outset, it can be quite challenging, but you have the ability to equip upgrades as you progress through the stages. You unlock customization points, which can be used to equip upgrades to your character, which are collected through the different stages as you play. These can be found in stages themselves or dropped by enemies when you take them out. Essentially, this plays a lot like a Mega Man game, except the upgrade abilities you unlock are tied to these customization points. The customization points set a budget for you, so to speak. Upgrades cost a specific number of customization points, and your loadouts have a maximum budget they cannot exceed, so the customization is a bit limited at first. But as you progress, you have the ability to equip more upgrades, which can eventually create a very overpowered character. This means you can have a lot of theoretical influence over the game's difficulty. This can be important, especially for those who are interested in attaining all the S ranks in the game. Yes, Mighty Gunvolt Burst retains the ranking system of the Galgun games, because why not? In this game, however, the scoring system is a little more granular and isn't entirely reflected purely in the points you earn in the stages. Where the first Galgun scored you based on how well you were able to chain ecstasy shots and how proficient you were at farming points from girls in Doki Doki mode, and where in Galgun Double Piece, where your scoring was based on how quickly you could take out girls, chain ecstasy shots, nuke the screen with the most girls as possible in the screen, and the bonuses you received at the end of every stage, and boss judging accuracy, time, and damage, Mighty Gunvolt Burst takes things to a whole new level. Some of this is tied to bonuses awarded to you based on your performance in the level, but some of it is also tied to your used CP and how many upgrades you used to complete the level. For instance, if you use any number of retries, i.e. if you lose a life, you receive a penalty for each one. You earn points, of course, for taking out enemies, but you earn an end-level bonus in points based on the number of bursts you were able to chain together. Very, very similar to the ecstasy shots in both the level of skill it requires to pull off and the risk versus reward system attached to them. This time, instead of scanning enemies for their weak spots and blasting them, this time it's all about getting right up close and personal with them and taking them out. You can also burst bosses in Mighty Gunvolt Burst, so if you really want to chain these things, it can get pretty intense. There are pickups that can facilitate burst chains by allowing a limited time for you to burst enemies from afar, but this is a totally skill-based mechanic that takes a lot of practice to master. Because this plays very much like a Mega Man game, touch damage is very much a thing, so you run the risk of taking damage by getting too close to enemies before you get the chance to burst them. This is actually similar to Galgun, since if you care about chaining ecstasy shots for as long as possible, if you haven't memorized every girl's weak spot, you'll have to pause for a second and take your time to scan them until you can get the audiovisual hint to their weak spot and blast them. In situations where there are many girls on screen at once, you run the risk of taking damage, and since you're probably caring the most about your ecstasy shot chain, you're probably in score attack mode. You really want to be careful about the damage you take, but also maximize your points earnings. I know I just went on specifically about the burst mechanic in Mighty Gunvolt Burst and its relationship / similarity to the original Galgun, but the more I thought about it, the more related to each other they are as a mechanic than I first thought. As far as scoring is concerned, what doesn't matter in Galgun or Galgun Double Piece is the use of upgrades. Upgrades don't exist in the original game, and Galgun Double Piece encourages you to buy them from Aoi's shop and to use them in the levels. Mighty Gunvolt Burst doesn't disincentivize you from using them. The whole point is to give you the freedom to choose just how you want to play the game. The irony of using upgrades is that while it makes the game's overall difficulty easier, it actually makes attaining the higher ranks very difficult. However, if you play the game on hard mode, it makes getting the higher ranks easier. But that's not all. You see, upgrades aren't the only things you can equip, but you can also downgrade your abilities as well. But I guess I should describe the upgrade system first. Upgrades and downgrades, or handicaps, work essentially the same way. You have a baseline build which cannot be edited. This is your standard loadout, which is very basic. The upgrade system allows you to upgrade certain aspects of your loadout, especially when it comes to movement and weapons. You can control things like your projectile travel speed, both initial and final. You can control how many of your own projectiles can be on the screen at once. You can choose how far they can go before they dissipate. In these last two cases specifically, you can nerf these stats so you can only have one projectile on screen at once, and they can only travel a short distance before they dissipate. If you want to force yourself to perform bursts, well, here you go. Slow projectile travel speed can also be equipped to handicap you even further. Of course, there are plenty more upgrades, like choosing larger projectile sizes, altering their trajectory, like homing or wave or bouncing projectiles. You can have projectiles split into smaller ones upon impact or just disappear if you want to save the CP for something else. The choices are all yours to make. How much knockback do you want? How much damage do you want to take every time you get hit? Do you want your character's special ability? It's all up to you, and what you choose to equip can affect your ranking at the end of the levels. Level rankings look at a number of factors, not only your CP usage, but also how fast you were able to run through the level, how much damage you took, how many retries you took, how many food items you managed to finish the level with, your burst combos. It goes deep, and it can be pretty surprising just how many things you might want to consider if S ranks are something you care about the most, or in any capacity, really. But what about special abilities? Well, this is where more similarities can be seen between Mighty Gunvolt Burst and Galgun, and in a more direct way. Since Ekoto, Kunona, and Tenzo are all playable, of course, they each have abilities that they have at their disposal. Ekoto has the Blessing of the Goddess, which means once her heart gauge, a carryover from Galgun as well perhaps, is at a minimum of 50% like everybody else, this ability can be activated. Blessing of the Goddess renders Ekoto completely invincible to all attacks by enemies, and it can be really helpful in navigating some particularly tricky platforming sections. This ability probably makes earning the Sprinter bonus at the end of stages potentially easier than the other characters, or at least among the Galgun characters. Kudona's special ability, once activated, makes her projectiles more powerful, dealing more damage, and even breaking through barriers and shields. Although, not in all situations, like if a character has made themselves invincible. Tenzo's special ability is probably one of the most closely related to Galgun. A target reticle appears on the screen, and you use the right thumbstick to guide it to a target and can blast it without moving Tenzo at all. This is pretty much the Galgun core gameplay making its appearance in a 2D side-scroller, and you just love to see it. This can make hard-to-reach enemies easier to hit, and can reduce bosses to jelly if you time it right. As far as the game's theming itself is concerned, it's not really close at all to Galgun. As far as the levels and bosses are concerned, aside from the characters and their specific stories, the Galgun characters are playing through a game that is not of their world. In fact, the bosses and stages seem to be torn directly from those in Mighty Number 9, and if the visual doesn't back that up enough, Concept and Keiji Inafune are noted in the credits for this game as well. I would really like to do a comparison between this and Mighty Number 9 just to see how similar these games are, because I feel inclined to believe that perhaps Mighty Gunvolt Burst might just be a complete reimagining of the original ideas and gameplay featured in Mighty Number 9. Basically, despite the total genre shift made between the core Galgun games up to this point and Mighty Gunvolt Burst, Mighty Gunvolt Burst, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, depending on how you look at it, manages to expand on certain aspects of the Galgun games while retaining more than just the characters. Though it should be noted that this kind of ranking system, in Inti's case, does predate even Galgun with the Mega Man Zero games, the fact that these games still share this ranking system just helps to glue this whole Inti Creates universe of games together with a strong thematic bond in a gameplay sense. The game maintains the consistency in its stories between all the characters from the Galgun games and even seems to connect them in interesting ways, almost as if they all take place in a sequence, which is kind of fascinating to think about. Their special abilities are consistent with Galgun, and even things like the burst mechanic also seem to share its DNA with things like the ecstasy shot in the prior Galgun games. No matter which way you slice it, if it isn't just Galgun these similarities are shared with, it's definitely a mark of consistency with games by Inti Creates as a whole, and that is pretty neat. And we're back to the Galgun games with Galgun 2, a title which surely is totally not confusing to anyone unfamiliar with the series and its game release order. Naming conventions aside, with Galgun 2 being the first and only properly numbered sequel in the series, you might wonder just what might have been tweaked or changed to give the development team such confidence to go over Galgun Double Peace's head by giving it the 2 in its name. That's what I thought when I went into this game anyway. Galgun 2 is quite the departure from the first two games in this series in practically every way. Yet you still might not notice that difference just by watching gameplay or looking at stills from the game. There have been several changes. While they might not seem so great on their own, compound on each other to make a game that plays fundamentally different from the first two games. After this section of the video, it will become extremely clear if the differences between the first Galgun and Galgun Double Peace were small but clearly noticeable. The differences between Galgun Double Peace and Galgun 2 are profound. But first, let's start with the similarities. The setting is the same as the first two games, as always. The story takes up where Double Peace left off in terms of carrying over the theme of angels and demons, and Kurona returns as the main villain in Galgun 2 from Double Peace. The game still functions like a rail shooter, where you guide the crosshair on the screen to various targets, including the girls chasing after you and the Mr. Happiness guys scattered throughout the stages. Galgun 2 brings back the side missions and branching pathways from Double Peace, and the score attack mode from both the original and Double Peace. The dating sim element of the game is still here, and there are still multiple main characters you can pursue with different endings based on various aspects of your in-game performance. I'll go explore that later. The game still has the central theme of the player character, Blink, being chased by girls in his school who suddenly find him irresistible due to angel magic. There is a scoring system in Galgun 2 as well, but whether or not anyone notices it outside of the score attack mode is anyone's guess. The game is still on rails, and it even still runs on a version of Unreal Engine. This time it runs on Unreal Engine 4, and it still exhibits very similar stability issues as its Unreal Engine 3 predecessor, Galgun Double Peace. At least here we have VSync, so no more screen tearing. That's nice. Honestly, the similarities really are that surface level. If you're just looking at what the core of Galgun 2 is at its deepest, most superficial levels, then yeah, it's still the same game as the first two. The DNA of the first game is still there, but it is very different. So let's take a look at what has changed since Double Peace. In terms of narrative, Galgun 2 has seen a pretty significant change. The first thing being that this time there are no mishaps, no final exams or graduations to worry about. Not even Ekuro or Patako make a return in Galgun 2. Instead, this time we are introduced to a new character, Risu. Risu is an angel working for Angel Ring Corporation. She is sent to be an on-the-field observer of humans to find one that will be able to fight off the demons invading Earth, since angels and demons can't fight each other directly in the human realm. The main character, Blink, is chosen by Chiru, and he dons a VR headset which allows him to see the demons and fight them using his pheromone shot. Girls are still chasing him like his predecessors Tenzo and Hodai, but the reason this time is that there is a glitch with the VR headset that makes him irresistible to the girls at his school, and until he is able to defeat the demons, he can't remove the headset. It is physically part of him until Risu's mission is complete. It's quickly discovered that the demon in charge of the demon invasion is none other than Kurona, who is back to her pranks, except this time it's not for an exam, but instead as a full-fledged demon. We are also introduced to Nanako and Chiru as main characters with their own side quests. Chiru is Blink's neighbor, whose room is right across from his. She's an avid gamer who fakes an injury to her grandparents to keep her from going to school. She doesn't like going to public places, especially not by herself. She would rather stay indoors and enjoy her shows, games, and manga. Nanako is a classmate of Blink's. She's a pretty normal girl. A very normal girl. A girl so normal there's definitely nothing abnormal about her whatsoever. Both Chiru and Nanako aren't as they seem. Chiru is a fallen angel who is a genius, especially when it comes to machines and computers, and Nanako is half human, half demon. These stories are revealed to you as you progress through their respective side stories, and they each contain two endings of their own, besides the main endings with Risu. The Sonozaki sisters also make their return in Galgun 2. Shinobu and Maya both become briefly involved in the story as a short series of side quests where you must prove that you are a capable demon hunter, since they are professionals and you are just an amateur. The story structures basically follow the same trajectory for the most part. Once you cultivate a relationship with that character by giving them snacks and leveling up their affection, you unlock more missions with them that culminate in a boss fight either with them or to protect them, or even both, and a final Doki Doki mode where you are tasked with purifying them from the demons affecting them. This unlocks their ending, which, much like how it does in Galgun Double Piece in the True Love track, you have the option to skip to the final day to reach the ending quicker. That's another difference that really sets this game's structure apart from the other games in the series. The previous games had a time limit of 1 day, but there was no real time management involved in this process. It served more of a narrative function than it did a gameplay function. Here, the time limit does play a major role in a gameplay sense. Galgun 2 has a 20-day time limit where you must finish at least one series of missions for one story track by the end of the time limit. On top of that, you are only allowed to take on 3 different missions per day, so it becomes imperative to pace yourself and manage your time effectively. This isn't difficult, however. If you only focus on one story and disregard everything else, then it is possible to accomplish your mission well before the 20-day time limit is up. I actually have yet to hit that limit, and that's including the side quests and extra missions I've taken on. It's more than doable in this sense. So, while the time limit might seem a bit tight, the stories are structured and paced in such a way where they can be worked on simultaneously and finished well in advance of the time limit, providing you ample time to play through the optional missions to work towards the 100% in case you're into that sort of thing. And honestly, why not? Galgun 2 might be one of the easiest games to 100%, at least in this series. While Galgun Double Piece isn't necessarily difficult to 100%, it is potentially time-consuming. But Galgun 2 doesn't require nearly the time commitment as Double Piece, in my experience anyway. In Galgun Double Piece, you are introduced to side missions. These missions offered suggestions to the player about different items you need to find in a given stage to help that girl making the request. They aren't selected actively, but hints are given within the text messages you see in the group chats to guess which level this mission might be pertaining to. These missions granted you additional feathers, which you could use at Aoi's shop. In Galgun 2, this mission idea is expanded, and due to the deletion of a dedicated shop for upgrades, serves a different function altogether. Every day you see messages from different girls in the game, including the supporting cast. These are categorized as main, side, and free. Main is the main story. This is tied with Visu's story track and unlocks her endings. Side missions are tied to the Sonozaki sisters, Chiru and Nanako. These stories are comparatively shorter, if slightly, to the main story and are dependent on being further unlocked by increasing your affection with Chiru and Nanako, in contrast to Shinobu and Maya, who are just unlocked as a consequence of getting farther in the game. Free missions are the most abundant ones. These missions involve the large supporting cast of girls. Accomplishing these missions allow you to earn the contact information of the girls you helped, which allows you to rendezvous with them later if you so choose. The missions themselves have 3 main gameplay styles, aside from boss fights and Doki Doki mode for the main and side stories. The first gameplay style is like the on-rails sections of the previous games, and are the most traditional of the 3. While it looks similar to the previous games, there are specific nuances about the way the game controls, and that result in a completely different gameplay feel from either of its predecessors. You no longer directly control the target reticle by itself, but instead control where Blink is looking. In previous games, head movements were timed and automated, necessitating level memorization and careful timing for certain areas where characters would often appear in the distance for a fleeting amount of time. Galgun 2 does away with that entirely. Now you have complete control of all movement, timing, and that includes a proper first-person perspective. As a result, the game feels like it plays a little slower than the previous games, but now you always have control of where Blink is looking at all times. This means girls will move to flank you more frequently. This forces you to pay closer attention to audio cues within the stereo landscape, making this a great game for playing with headphones. It's basically like the 3-point defense gameplay of Double Piece, except more analog and more intense, if a little slower. But when I say you have full control of all movement, that doesn't just mean look controls, but also the physical movement as well. Again, the previous games were on rails and timed accordingly, but in Galgun 2, you control when Blink moves to the next area as well. Sometimes you are given a choice, but typically once clearing an area of a level in these more traditional rail shooter style levels, a hologram of Blink will appear in a section of the level. Once you shoot that hologram, you will move on to the next section of the level. This might sound trivial, but there are occasions where it can be beneficial to stick around on a previous section of the stage because a special demon might appear, which can be defeated or captured for some big bonus points. What carries over from the previous games is the emphasis on chaining ecstasy shots. Scanning the girls for their weak spots works the exact same way as it did in the previous games, and even if they appear from afar, now you have a more analog way of zooming in on them. Rather than the quickscope style snap zoom in introduced in Double Piece, Galgun 2 maps the scope to the mouse wheel, which can offer a more dynamic zoom relative to the target size and or distance. This can be especially helpful if a girl is possessed by mini-demons. Mini-demons make their return and once again must be dislodged from the girls in order to be either defeated or captured. Dislodging them works the exact same way as it did in Double Piece, but the pace at which you must dislodge them is a lot faster this time. Girls possessed by demons are a lot more aggressive, and if they manage to pin you, you must perform a QTE in order to break free. Dislodging the demons will result in stunning the affected girl for a certain amount of time, typically tied to the class of the mini-demons that possessed them. The stronger the mini-demon, the shorter the stun time will be. Stronger mini-demons also take more shots to be dislodged from the girl they possess, and require more energy to capture. Galgun 2 now removes the ability to activate Doki Doki mode at will while in stages, but that doesn't mean the Doki Doki bomb can't be detonated. Instead, the heart meter, Doki Doki bomb, and charged pheromone shot are all linked together. When a girl is close enough, you can zoom in on her, and once you do, your target reticle will take on the shape of a heart. This heart acts like a meter, which fills at a speed determined by her distance and how close you are zoomed in on her. Once the heart gauge reaches full charge, you can shoot her, and with that comes a Doki Doki bomb. That will clear the screen of girls in the vicinity and or dislodge all demons from all affected girls. This comes with a risk versus reward aspect of gameplay that adds a level of depth and strategy to the core gameplay loop, and when used effectively can be an excellent tool in your arsenal. The next mission type is the defense mission. As a bit of commentary on my part, I think a 100% completion run of Galgun 2 is highly dependent on the assumption that the player really likes this kind of mission, because it is easily the most common and takes place over the same 4 or 5 different locations with no perceptible difference in how they play. Commentary being out of the way, how does this work? Defense missions give you the task of defending a group of girls, usually in 3 but sometimes 2 different areas of the map, from waves of mini-demons. Each girl or group of girls has a life bar with max values that depend on the number of girls sharing it. The more girls, the higher the life bar. The life bars decrease when demons either poke them with their demon spears or attach themselves to the girls. If they reach 0, you lose. I don't know what happens if you lose, but I assume you are given the option to try again. But these missions are pretty easy. The demons will spawn in around the girls and you must either defeat them or capture them. What is all this about capturing mini-demons though? Normally, up until now, the mini-demons have only been defeatable. That's what we got used to in Galgun Double Peace, and that's what we have now, of course. But we have the option to capture them now. The Demon Sweeper is basically the same thing as the Poltergust 3000 in Luigi's Mansion. You now have the ability to use its vacuum power to pull demons in to capture them. And if you care about points, there is a strong incentive to do so. Capturing mini-demons yields you about double the points that you get from defeating them normally, and so it is worth capturing them in this regard. However, there is a catch. You have an energy limit as to how long the Demon Sweeper can maintain its vacuum power before it needs to recharge. You can leave it to recharge by itself, but it will only recharge up to 20% power. Luckily, recharging it is pretty simple. Mr. Happiness will charge it to 100%, and defeating mini-demons will charge it a fixed number of percentage points relative to that mini-demon's point value. You can also charge it by giving girls Euphoria, and especially with ecstasy shots in the main stages, and yes, the sweeper obviously works there too. While the points don't pay out automatically, the number of defeated and captured demons is totaled at the end of every stage, and a point bonus is awarded based on the number and rarity of the mini-demons you manage to capture. There are also rare metallic mini-demons, and these demons not only offer the highest point value, but also will supercharge your Demon Sweeper. Basically, for a fixed duration of time, your Demon Sweeper will charge by itself to 100% extremely quickly, allowing you to chain all sorts of combos and capture mini-demons galore. These do appear in every defense stage, at least once, but only for a few precious fleeting seconds before they wander off. It's best to play the game with headphones in this case, since unless you've memorized where and when they'll show up, you'll often hear them spawn in before you find them, and that audio cue is very important to help locate them. The mini-demons won't only target the girls, sometimes they'll target you as well. When this happens, you need to be cautious, since if you accidentally catch their projectiles in your Demon Sweeper, it will be rendered temporarily disabled and unable to be activated again until it can recover. Not all mini-demons are created equal, as you might be aware of by this point. Higher point earning demons will take more energy to capture, and this is actually quantifiable. While many of the normal-sized mini-demons, save for the King mini-demon, if memory serves correctly, the giant mini-demons are impossible to nab without getting the first tier upgrade for your Demon Sweeper that supercharges its pull and gives it the ability to maintain that pull even at lower charges. But the giant kings and queens can't be pulled in with low charges, regardless, and the normal ones are tricky as well. Luckily, you can break them into groups of 3 or 4 mini-demons by defeating them, and the act will have charged your Demon Sweeper more than adequately to capture the mini-demons spawned in those cases. I should also say that this game mode is pretty forgiving, since if the life bars of the girls have been depleted to any degree, they will regenerate over time, so failure is going to fall more so on your inability to defend yourself, in my experience anyway. I should also note that capturing mini-demons from far away is also possible, but it does still take a little more time depending on their distance from you. One trick I learned to preserve sweeper energy is to pay attention to the mini demon animations while you're using the demon sweeper. First, they will fight the current, but eventually they will start moving in a spiral pattern towards you as they lose the ability to fight effectively. Once this happens, you can actually let go of the sweeper trigger, and the sweeper will automatically stay on until the demon or demons are all captured, while using no additional energy. Maybe it only saves you about 5% or so, but that does add up after a while. I should also add that while these levels do have a fair number of Mr. Happiness around, some more hidden than others, they do not respawn, so you should pace your use of them wisely, especially if you're looking for point bonuses, since they do offer free point bonuses as well as provide the usual full heal as well. It's worth noting that points only mean as much to you as they mean to you, since the point threshold required to finish the game is extremely easy to meet, well ahead of the game's deadline. The rules for this section also follow along with the free movement of the player character as well. Moving between different parts of the level, once again, means simply shooting the hologram of Blink that appears. This is necessary to defend different groups of girls. However, it is possible to defend groups from afar if circumstances call for it. The third and last mission type is probably the least common, and also the trickiest of the three mission types. These are lost and found missions, where essentially the character requesting help has typically lost something or a number of things, and you have a time limit to find them, all while the hallways are being surveyed by girls monitoring them. This gameplay style actually highlights one very interesting technical aspect of Galgun 2 that really separates it from the previous games, and that is that a number of objects in a given area have physics applied to them. It's actually surprising how many objects have physics applied to them, and while it's not to as great an extent as some other games from before its time, it's still uncommon enough, even in the modern AAA scene, that it is highly noticeable. You can shoot boxes and traffic cones out of the way, you can open locker doors, you can break glasses and dishes, shoot bags, knock things off of desks, and they all respond realistically, as you would expect. It's really cool, and this mechanic becomes vital for these missions because what you are looking for is seldom in plain sight. It really requires you not just to look around with the mouse, but to also use the WASD keys to lean left and right and raise your head up or down. These items are usually hidden in places just out of sight, and not doing these things with the WASD keys will result in a mission failure. You collect the missing objects by shooting them, of course. You can only use the Demon Sweeper to pull larger objects out of the way to open up a space more quickly, especially if the items in that space are large and heavy. Some missions don't require you to find every last object, but most of them do. You are required to move around to different parts of the map, and every space offers a number of items hidden in that area, so you can find what you need and get out and move on quickly. A very nice quality of life feature. But as I said before, girls are patrolling the area, and if you don't give the patrolling girl an ecstasy shot, she will see you and she will call in reinforcements. In a way, it's kind of like being spotted in a game like Metal Gear Solid or Splinter Cell, or the first Far Cry for that matter. All the girls will descend onto you, and you will have to use your time to take them out as quickly as possible in order to resume your search, since the girls are basically running down your clock. But there is a risk versus reward factor to this gameplay style. Not only are your target objects hidden throughout the various areas, but so too are mini Kurona statues. These statues contain mini demons that can be captured for some bonus points. Finding all of the objects you're tasked with finding will automatically finish the mission regardless of the time remaining on the clock. Because of this, You are required to balance finding the Corona statues with finding the lost objects, if, again, bonus points are something you're interested in. In some cases, these missions can have pretty strict timing, and both the main story and side story featuring the Kamizono sisters require you to finish one of these lost and found missions. Luckily, the main story mission featuring Corona is actually pretty easy to finish, but I don't suppose that as long as you interact with the core looking mechanics in general, all of these missions should be relatively easy to clear. Participating in the free missions earns you the contact information of the girls you help. This unlocks your ability to rendezvous with them. Now, rendezvous and talking with Nanako and Chidu kind of work similarly in one regard, so allow me to momentarily detour to the latter two side characters before going into the rendezvous mode itself. Basically, you are awarded snacks at the end of every day based on your performance that day. These snacks are how you increase your affection with all the girls, including Chidu and Nanako. Funnily enough, dialogue options mean virtually nothing here, a huge contrast between Galgun 2 and its predecessors. I've seen it called shallow, but at this point, the dating simulation aspect of this game has been minimized to the point where the story really takes center stage in its place. Increasing their affection level then likewise unlocks new chapters and missions for them and will eventually reward you with their respective true endings. Going back to the rendezvous mechanic then, it works very similarly. Actually, I'd say that Galgun 2's rendezvous mechanic is kind of a hybrid between increasing the affection of the main girls, Chidu and Nanako, as well as the collection mode in Galgun Double Piece. What I mean by the latter is that basically everything you can do to a girl in the collection mode there, you can do here. You begin a rendezvous by calling the girl you want to meet up with and choose a location. The only location you can't meet up at for the first time is your house, since you need them to reach maximum affection to make that possible. Increasing their affection is as easy as giving them all the snacks necessary to fill it to 100%. You can always check your affection progress with her on your phone, or just keep giving her snacks until she refuses to take any more. If you are even somewhat decent at the regular gameplay, you should never have to worry about running out of snacks to give. Some girls like some snacks more than others. That is a real mechanic, but I never paid attention to that, honestly. In this mode, you can change her costume, talk to her, change her pose, look at her in any which way, and change her animation. If you want to unlock the Kiss and Stomp achievements real easy, just have a girl in rendezvous mode, loop that respective animation until those achievements are unlocked. But then there is a fantasize mode, and here is where we get into the nitty-gritty of Galgun 2's Doki Doki mode. Where Galgun's Doki Doki mode was a score attack mode that carried the promise of huge potential points earnings, and where Double Piece introduced the Double Piece mechanic as well as adding an additional version of Doki Doki mode to its gameplay loop, Galgun 2's Doki Doki mode lives up to its namesake. As is with the other games, Doki Doki mode takes place in a pink void with just you and the girl. But that's kind of where the similarities end, sort of. Doki Doki mode is a lot less common to see in Galgun 2 and can only be activated with the supporting girls during rendezvous mode and with the main and side story girls at the end of their respective stories, once their affection has been maxed out. It features the girl in a pose that is reminiscent of how they would sometimes pose in Double Piece. But this time you are in complete control. You control everything about your view, not only with the mouse look, but also with the keys to move around the girl left, right, forward, and backward. The goal of this mode is to purify the girl of the demons that possess her. But these demons aren't attached to her like they are in the normal shooting sequences. This time they are inside her, and you have to find the pressure points to shoot and release the demons from her. In order to find these spots, you have to move around and periodically shoot her to find the parts that shine purple and then target them. Usually, only 2 appear at a time, but if you shoot her too many times, she'll shift her pose and the targets will shift, so you need to pay attention to your accuracy. Once the demons are released, you can either choose to defeat or capture them as usual. Of course, there's no reason not to capture them, and to be honest, this is the more time-efficient way to take care of them, since you are on a timer this whole time. This weak spot mechanic is pretty similar to Double Peace's regular Doki Doki mode, except there's no real bar to fill here. It's just looping as many times as possible before the timer runs out. There's no Doki Doki bomb, since this doesn't take place within the regular levels, so all you really have to do is focus on the task at hand. After clearing her of the demons a certain number of times, usually 2, you unlock her Trust, which opens up 2 more weak spots for her. These weak spots glow yellow, and their positions are always fixed. When you shoot these weak spots, rarer mini-demons will be ejected. Once you clear both the weak spots, that's when you unlock what is probably the biggest differentiating factor of Galgun 2. Let's finally talk about Stripforia. Stripforia is probably Galgun 2's signature mechanic and can be accomplished in 2 different ways in 2 different gameplay scenarios. The first is in the aforementioned Doki Doki mode, and the other is in the rail shooting modes, as well as serving as your coup de grace at the end of the final boss in a given story. In Doki Doki mode, Stripforia is achieved by clearing the girl's yellow glowing weak spots the first time. As the name Stripforia suggests, it means that her outerwear comes off and she is now in her underwear for your viewing pleasure. In the rail shooting and boss encounters, it is achieved in a different way. Once Chidu upgrades your Demon Sweeper the first time, it can activate an extra powerful mode. This mode activates automatically after the sweeper has been on for a certain duration of time. Once this activates, the pull of the sweeper becomes strong enough to rip the clothes off the girls coming after you. This serves as an alternative way to bring them to a state of euphoria to using your pheromone gun. Of course, it's necessary to finish the final boss, but you could go through the whole game's rail shooting segments without using it, really. But there are some really useful strategic ways it can be used to your advantage. I said that before, that the Demon Sweeper can be used to chain combos. What I meant by that was specifically Stripforia combos. In some maps, you'll find yourself surrounded by girls, each with 3 high-level, high-HP demons attached to them. Shooting to dislodge them without taking damage from them is simply not feasible, especially if you consider the fact that getting hit usually means being pinned down and unable to do damage to them. The Demon Sweeper here can be useful because it can capture the demons with its generously wide cone of effect, whilst simultaneously bringing Stripforia to the girls in a chain. Since they fall the instant Stripforia is reached, it will buy you ample time to regain your bearings and prepare for the next wave of incoming girls. When you're able to balance your use of the Ecstasy shot, the charged pheromone shot, and the Demon Sweeper for both capturing demons and inducing Stripforia, you can kind of look like a pro. To me, it's very satisfying to get down and put into practice the pure synergy that this combination of these mechanics can offer. Maybe from a moral perspective, or to someone who might be sensitive to this sort of thing, this whole Stripforia mechanic might seem to appeal only to the most degenerate of audiences, but as a pure gameplay mechanic for an arcade-style action rail shooter faux FPS game, where level memorization and having the best optimized performance to clear those levels as efficiently as possible, it's pretty rad. Maybe not weapon swapping, taking out the Marauder in 10 seconds or less in Doom Eternal rad, but pretty rad nonetheless. Getting into some of the other aspects of the game that aren't directly related to the main gameplay loop is more about what happens in between missions. As we've seen over the course of the main games in the series so far, more of the in-between time for missions has been expanded to include more freedom. In Double Piece, we saw a screen where you had a choice to select your desired stage, check your phone, and go to Aoi's shop. This time, however, once you finish a mission, you are actually returned to something resembling a hub world. There are two different places that act as a hub world, your classroom and your bedroom. These are places where you can do things like go on rendezvous or talk to either Nanako or Chidu, depending on where you are. Nanako can be found in your classroom, and Chidu can only be interacted with when you're in your bedroom. You typically go to your bedroom at the end of every day, but you can move between these worlds as you like during the day. You interface between the different activities you can perform in these worlds by using your phone. As a side note, I thought it was pretty funny that your phone in this game is a Pony phone because I happen to use the Sony Xperia as my phone of choice, so I found that pretty entertainingly coincidental. Your bedroom is a bit more interactive though. Since the Angel Ring Corporation is sending you packages at the end of every day, opening it not only greets you with gifted snacks to give girls, but also statues, posters, and other trinkets with which to decorate your room. This might not be a very big or important detail, but it's a nice little touch, and I love being able to put the Galgun Double Piece, and Galgun 2 posters next to each other on my wall. I also love the life-sized cardboard cutout of Ekoro. One thing that I noticed returning from the previous games, especially Galgun Double Piece, are some of the themes from the previous game's soundtrack. I especially like the theme from Galgun Double Piece that plays again, this time during the rendezvous scenes. They originally appeared during Shinobu and Maya's QTE segments, and I really like the way it's recontextualized here. It almost sounds a bit devious in a way, and it only adds to the tongue-in-cheek humor the series is known for. I should also mention that Galgun 2 is the first and only game in the series that offers a New Game Plus mode upon finishing an initial playthrough. This basically allows you to start the story over from the beginning while retaining all of your inventory, your Demon Sweeper and headset upgrades, the contact information you collected from the girls you've helped, your points, the collectibles you've earned that you can use to decorate your room with, etc. This makes subsequent playthroughs of the story much more streamlined, and it might also make getting the true endings potentially significantly easier, but in general, Galgun 2 isn't a particularly difficult game to begin with. New Game Plus is more of a time saver than anything else, and if your goal is to see all the endings or go for 100% achievements, this makes it a lot more reasonable from a time commitment perspective. One thing I think that has been perfected in Galgun 2 from its predecessors is the look. I don't mean to say that the previous games looked bad or anything. In fact, I'll go more into that shortly when I talk about Galgun Returns. But Galgun 2's move to Unreal Engine 4 has allowed the art style to really feel finalized in HD in a way that gives it a very vibrant and beautiful look. Maybe it's just me, I don't know, but thanks to the additional features Unreal Engine 4 offers, I think they were able to leverage that technology to really bring out the full look of the game's art design, and I think this has mostly to do with higher resolution texture work and a more robust lighting engine. Even the leaves and bushes look more like leaves and bushes than they did in the previous games. I will say that I did notice some clear LOD loading quirks in Galgun 2 that I think are a symptom of Unreal Engine 4 technical quirks. When moving between sections of stages, I find that an initial low detail unlit version of the stage would draw in first, and after about a second or half a second or less, the finished scene would pop in. I don't know if this is how Unreal Engine manages VRAM and higher capacity cards like my 5070 or in general or not, but it doesn't break the game, so I really don't mind. But easily, the biggest technical difference between Galgun 2 and all the other games in the series is the fact that Galgun 2 is VR compatible. In fact, its gameplay is built around being a VR game. Upon booting the game's main menu, you will see an option to play in VR, but this is actually sold separately as DLC for those who have a VR headset. Since space doesn't allow it for me, I'm unable to test the VR aspect of this game, but I think it might be safe to assume that the game is identical except for the fact that now it offers a much more immersive experience in VR. I was actually impressed by just how progressive the display flexibility is for Galgun 2. My desktop computer is hooked up to an ultra-wide monitor, and this is for a greater viewing area for my video editing workflows more than anything else. Most of the games I have don't support ultra-wide displays, and this is true for all the games I played for this video except for Galgun 2. Galgun 2, aside from supporting VR, also supports 1080p at a 21:9 aspect ratio, automatically without having to make any adjustments in settings. While it isn't a perfect implementation, where some game assets which were rendered in a standard 16:9 aspect ratio will only take up 66% of the screen area, leaving the other 33% displaying the game assets being composited over, these scenarios are few and far between, and I actually found that the wider field of view gave me a strong advantage in the rail shooting and demon hunting missions, and I can't imagine going back to a standard 16:9 ratio after this, though I probably will, since I'm kind of seriously considering picking up these main Galgun games from either my PS5 or Switch, though I'm leaning more towards the Switch. But I think this whole technical change from the rest of the games in the series are symptomatic of yet another change in what is emphasized in Galgun 2's design direction. The first Galgun was centered around score attack mechanics. You are constantly being driven to earn points, and there is a consistent get good attitude about its design that, while not 100% unique to exclusively Galgun, it's certainly most prevalent in it. Galgun Double Piece doesn't delete the score attack style of gameplay entirely, but somewhat de-emphasized that aspect of the original game in favor of serving its characters. Before, I might have said that it was more plot-oriented, but what I meant to say was that it was more character-driven. Of course, the characters across the Galgun series are likable to a high degree, but Galgun Double Piece really hit the nail on the head with its humor and how the characters played off each other in the increasingly ridiculous scenarios they found themselves in. Galgun 2 finds itself once again in new territory, with its emphasis on the freedom to look and move at your own pace, the ability to customize your living space, to spend as much time with your favorite girls as much as possible through the rendezvous mode, giving you unprecedented access to those girls, all the while with its native support for VR and things like ultra-wide displays, which is uncommon even in the modern AAA space. It's clear to me that Galgun 2's focus is in the maximization of immersion. The way Galgun 2 utilizes its viewing options in gameplay and how it blends with the stereo soundscape, especially if you use headphones, it takes what were once static cutscenes and turns them into fully integrated parts of the game where control is almost never taken from the player. The scene could be playing out in front of you, but you are free to look at other things in the scene instead if you so choose. Inti even went so far as to kind of tutorialize this aspect of the game with Kurona, as your first few encounters with her has her completely out of your view, forcing you to use the audio cues to find her within the scene in order to progress it. This is also true with Chidu whenever she leaves the house with you. While it isn't the kind of absolute freedom that in-engine style cutscenes have offered players in the past in games like Half-Life, as far as Galgun is concerned, this kind of freedom is something that really helps give Galgun 2 its own sense of variety. In a time where VR games were really starting to come into their own, especially games like VR Kanojo, which behave in a very similar way, though with a much smaller scope and a less doki doki direction, Galgun 2 embodies everything I think the developers intended for the original game back when they first released it in 2011. Of course, there is still a story, and this game's humor had me laughing the whole way through, just like the others. This focus on immersion is what I think ultimately gives it its own sense of identity, and what makes it particularly memorable and stand by itself like a pillar among its companions in the series. I also reckon this might be why we still haven't gotten a proper dedicated sequel to Galgun 2, since honestly, where do you go from here without recycling the same ideas? The series has managed to remain fresh this whole time. After all, and since Inti Creates have been known to bring their various characters to other games and other series within their universe, it might be better to bring these characters into a different kind of game until something new can be done with Galgun proper. But before writing the Galgun series proper off, I think it would be wise to at least discuss at some length the Galgun remaster, Galgun Returns. In 2021, Inti Creates released Galgun Returns, which is a remaster of the original game, which, before the release of Returns, was still locked in Japan. As a result, Galgun Returns is the first official global release of the original Galgun, and knowing what I did about Galgun before going into Galgun 2, which was probably best known in the series up to that point, I could already tell that this would not be received the same by those who were coming from Galgun 2 because of how totally different the gameplay of the original Galgun was from Galgun 2. Anyway, this won't be a direct comparison to Galgun 2 since, well, I just got done kind of doing that already. Instead, I want to talk about the changes made to the original in its new remastered form in Returns. For the first time in this video, I can finally make the similarities part easy for myself to write. Galgun Returns plays identically to the original in every way. The rail shooting is the exact same. The tracks, the minigames, the bosses, it's all the same. The only difference now is the English localization, which is as great as ever. Speaking of the English localization, Inti Creates seems to have one of the best English localization teams I've seen for a Japanese developer. Translating Japanese to English is not as easy as it might seem, and while fan translations can be great and are the sign of a robust community in a lot of cases, some of those translations are a bit too literal, and despite wording being accurate, the sentiment or humor can be at times completely lost. That's where localization can be extremely helpful, and effective localization can be seen clearly in the dialogue in Galgun. Galgun Returns, however, is not entirely a one-to-one recreation of the original game. The original Galgun actually came with a swimsuit mode DLC, which now seems to be lost to time, since Galgun Returns omits it completely, and from my understanding, it's no longer available on the PlayStation Store via the PS3 DLC portal. The Angel Feather payouts are also much higher in Galgun Returns than the original, and the gallery where you use those feathers as currency to unlock various game artwork has also been changed to match the 10th anniversary theme of Galgun Returns. From a technical perspective is where things start to make a big difference. The first game ran on the Inti Creates engine, and from there, the games migrated to Unreal Engine 3 for Galgun Double Piece and Unreal Engine 4 for Galgun 2. However, in order to keep faithful to the original, instead of rebuilding the game in Unreal Engine 4, Galgun Returns is built on a modernized version of the Inti Creates engine, this time called the Imperial engine. While the technical underpinnings might have their roots in the 2011 technology and the gameplay is entirely untouched, the presentation has seen a series of major overhauls. One thing that hasn't changed is the artwork itself, specifically as it pertains to the character designs. I say this specifically in reference to Ekoto's character design, since she underwent a pretty radical change in her design going from the original Galgun to Galgun Double Piece. Here the designs of all the characters are totally preserved, or at least that's how it seems anyway. If they did change some details, they are likely pretty small ones that I didn't see. That isn't to say that none of the art has changed, however. One of the biggest aesthetic differences from the original Galgun to Galgun Returns are the environmental textures. All the environmental textures and assets in general have seen some pretty major overhauls. Comically low-resolution textures that were N64 levels of blurry are now much sharper than they even appeared in Galgun Double Piece. But I guess that should make sense since this game came out in 2021, so I would assume it would be the case. But some textures have been completely replaced. One of the more interesting texture changes was made in the library. In the original game, the books looked pretty plain, using plain colors and honestly looking like the typical school reference books you would find in a Japanese school. In Galgun Returns, the book textures have been changed into more elaborate designs, looking more like decorative books of older Western tradition. This is kind of curious since even though the prior textures were significantly lower resolution, they were more accurate to the environment than the current much higher detail textures in the remaster. That being said, it kind of elevates the humor of the game, especially when you're working with Kaname, searching for books on topics of ghosts and possessions and exorcisms, etc. It's like you're sorting through ancient sage texts or something like that. It's pretty funny. Thanks to the benefits of faster, more modern hardware, the game also benefits from a totally overhauled lighting system. While the original Galgun never looked bad, Galgun Returns takes the foundational assets of the original and breathes new life into them by revamping the lighting. Every scene looks more dynamic now than they did on the PS3 and Xbox 360. And it just goes to show how much more can be done over the course of 10 years worth of hardware progression. Another more subtle change that was made was a slight difference in character detail. In the first Galgun, all the characters had slight black lines that outlined both textures and overlapping geometry of all the characters, giving them a penned-in look that I'm guessing made their finer details appear more pronounced against the characters' other assets, as well as to presumably subtly occlude them from the background assets. Here, probably thanks to the more robust lighting engine, these dark lines have been removed, and now all the characters appear more artistically consistent with the characters from all the other games. Funnily enough, this was the first change I noticed in Galgun Returns. I kind of associated the black lines of the original Galgun as the game's signature look, but going from that to what we have in the remaster, it takes the already strong art direction of the original game and makes it new and lends it a modern vitality that I really appreciate. If there is anything I can say about the controls, it's that I was absolutely correct to assume that Galgun Returns challenges would be much more doable using the mouse as the pointer instead of the standard DualShock and the PlayStation Move controller. While those were serviceable, the mouse was basically flawless, and I never found myself struggling with the finer movements required for shooting some smaller targets. I'm speaking specifically about the book gathering and modeling minigames, since they were the most challenging in the original game with the original controls. Other things I noticed about Galgun Returns that aren't necessarily changes from the original, but things I didn't notice in terms of gameplay center around just how strict this game can be. What I mean by this comes from the ecstasy shot system. One thing I didn't realize until coming back from Galgun Double Peace especially, is that my gameplay style I had learned while playing Galgun Double Peace is just how forgiving Galgun Double Peace is when it comes to landing ecstasy shots. When your pheromone gun is at its lowest power level, it takes roughly about 3 shots to give a girl euphoria, which gives you about 2 free shots on a girl to search for her weak spot. This can greatly facilitate long ecstasy shot chains. In contrast to this, Galgun and subsequently Galgun Returns don't allow for this at all. If you miss her weak spot on your first shot, that's it. You lose your streak. This is kind of a brutal culture shock going from Double Peace back to Returns, since now there's a much higher get good pressure if you want to be successful at score attack mode and unlock the achievements specifically tied to accomplishing long ecstasy shot chains. Knowing what I do now, I have no idea how I managed to get the 30 ecstasy shot chain by accident in the PS3 version, because pulling it off on PC was a bit of a challenge, especially when there were many girls popping up on screen at once. I mentioned in the Galgun Double Peace script that the final Doki Doki in the game had much lower stakes than the Doki Doki mode had in the original, and I was brutally reminded of this fact when revisiting the Doki Doki Carnival in Galgun Returns. The core gameplay itself is fine, and since I know the optimal way to play, at least I'd like to think so, I suppose it's not so challenging as the initial steep learning curve for this game mode can be for new players. I suspect anyway. I understand that technically the ending with Ekoto and Patako is the more difficult one to get, since it can only be unlocked if you reach the god rank by the end of the run, but going just for Patako at the end of a Doki Doki Carnival run is just brutal. Ekoto might seem feisty in comparison to her more collected Patako senpai, but Ekoto is so easy to finish as opposed to Patako. I actually still have no idea what the winning strategy for Patako is, since her weak spots don't become accessible until the final seconds of her Doki Doki run, and getting to that point is painfully time-consuming. Even when going for the Patako and Ekoto ending, I found that quickly finishing Ekoto off first gave you more time to focus on bringing euphoria to Patako. One of these days, I will get the Patako ending for Doki Doki Carnival, but it's going to take a lot of practice. One of the things I really came to appreciate in playing Galgun Returns is the score attack mode. I already liked this mode before, but after briefly playing through at least one track for the sake of this comparison, I developed a newfound appreciation for it, especially since it was through this where I discovered the strategy for really getting insane amounts of points. Something I forgot to mention about the score attack mode in my initial discussion about Galgun is the relationship the Ecstasy Shot has with Doki Doki mode. Ecstasy Shots grant additional bonus points when you land them, and this increases the rate at which your heart meter fills. Once you've filled the heart meter, you can go into Doki Doki mode where you can farm points from the girl you choose once you've filled her affection meter. Once exiting Doki Doki mode, the Doki Doki bomb will detonate, taking out all the other girls in the scene. This is all stuff I said before, but what I neglected to mention is that the bomb's detonation counts as one giant screen-wide ecstasy shot. So that means all the girls on the screen taken out by the Doki Doki bomb counts as one ecstasy shot each. You'll also notice that your target reticle is shining when coming out of Doki Doki mode. This state will grant you even more points for every ecstasy shot you continue to make, but will go away as soon as you miss an ecstasy shot. If you manage to continue your ecstasy shot chain and go into another Doki Doki mode, the number of points you can get here are inconceivably massive. Even your normal shots will yield more points per shot than some fully charged ones can when you're in your normal mode. This whole bonus point system centered around ecstasy shot chains and Doki Doki mode is exclusive to the score attack mode, but it creates such a crazy feedback loop because of the fast-paced gameplay and the focus on accuracy, timing, and level of memorization that there really is a possibility for an incredibly high skill ceiling for those who really want to get good at this game. Again, this is all present in the first game, but I didn't really notice it until Galgun Returns, largely thanks probably to the more accurate control input the mouse is compared to the standard dual analog controller layout. On a technical level, one thing I almost missed is the fact that the cutscenes have been completely redone, and by that I mean the intro cutscene. In the original game, it was an FMV that was created using tools outside of the game engine. The change from those visuals to the gameplay visuals wasn't jarring necessarily, but it was clear that it wasn't in-engine. I suppose the ground-up remaking of the introductory cutscene had more to do with the fact that this game is targeting 1080p, which the Xbox 360 wasn't capable of producing due to the limited DVD format, and since the original resolution is baked into the FMV, it necessitated remaking the entire scene. So they did, and this time completely in-engine. It's impressive how they did a near shot-for-shot recreation of the scene, but with improved lighting and more expressive characters. In a way, it kind of serves as a tech demo for how much more could be done with this significantly built-up game engine. While the original is still charming in its own right, I do think that this newer version of the cutscene will age a lot more gracefully with time thanks to the flexibility offered by the fact that it is using the game's core technology and assets. I guess if there's just one more very small aspect of Galgun Returns that I would also like to mention, if just in passing, is that this game does retroactively include the Ghost Girl from Galgun Double Piece. This is specifically concerning Kaname's story, but there's a scene in the original game where she is consoled by a spirit who resides in the school. Since Kaname is a member of the occult club and is a shrine maiden, she often interacts with spirits. It's one of her special powers. But in Galgun Returns, we get to see the spirit who consoles her is none other than Yurei no Yuko, which I think is a great little piece of world building, especially considering the fact that in Galgun 2, Yuko tells you that she regularly speaks with Kaname. So seeing this scene depicted is a great yet simple way of further tying these games together into a single cohesive world. And I think that's all I really have to say about Galgun Returns. It's a remaster of the previous game, and I already spoke at length about it, so there's not a whole lot more I can add. But this is a fantastic remaster. It remains faithful to the original version and direction of the original game, but also breathes new life into it that makes it a worthwhile purchase even if you have the original. It's been enhanced in all the ways that makes it suitable for modern systems. It is exceptionally stable on PC with no performance issues that I could see at least. The best part is that it is not a demanding game either. It scales all the way down to the Switch and scales up well to higher end hardware. Of course, you're not going to run this on ancient laptop class Kepler GPUs. I'm calling out my Clevo gaming laptop specifically, but this game is not particularly demanding, so if you have a PC with parts dated within the last decade, you shouldn't have much of a problem. Judging by the fact that Galgun Returns was built to scale up from the Nintendo Switch, I guess it would make sense that performance of this game would be the most exceptional of the main series of games on PC. Galgun Returns does little to reinvent the original game, and in so doing, it highlights just how fun and engaging the gameplay loop of the original game still is, even after all these years, provided you're not expecting it to play exactly like Galgun 2. But we aren't done with Galgun just yet. While we are finished with the main series of games, we still have 2 more games that, while not called Galgun, do carry the Gal moniker, at least in their updated form. But not without some changes. In 2023, we saw the release of a new game by Inti Creates, Grim Guardians Demon Purge. Abbreviated GGDP, it is not to be confused with Galgun Double Peace. This is in spite of the fact that both games feature the Kamizono sisters, Shinobu and Maya. Here, we get the privilege of seeing them in their demon hunting element, traveling through Kurona's castle to end the dimensional merge and bring their world back to normal. I guess I got a little bit ahead of myself there. Later changed to Gal Guardians Demon Purge takes place sometime following the conclusion to the story in Galgun 2. Shinobu and Maya are walking to school as normal when suddenly their world changes completely and the place that was once their school transforms into a sinister-looking castle. Meanwhile, Kurona is wandering the halls of her castle when she comes across a mirror, which, when she looks into it, activates a dimensional rift that commences a merge between her dimension's future and present with the human world. As a result of this, demons take over the human world, and all of Shinobu and Maya's classmates are taken hostage inside the evil castle, which presumably transformed from their school, of which some elements still remain since the merge hasn't been fully completed yet. Their goal is to save their classmates, defeat the demons, and stop the dimensional merge to thwart a complete demon takeover. That's a basic summary of the plot. Kurona returns once again with Shinobu and Maya and a few of the supporting characters from the previous Galgun games. This includes Megumi, Shizuka, Kanko, and of course Mafuyu. Hodai also returns as well as a good collection of the heroines from the previous games like Kaname, Aoi, and Akira from the first Galgun, and Risu, Chiru, and Nanako from Galgun 2. When you factor in all of this, this is kind of an all-star cast as far as Galgun is concerned, and it's really cool to see them all in the same space after going through all the games and not seeing characters like Shinobu and Kaname in the same room, for example. Now let's rip the band-aid off and talk about the elephant in the room. This game is nothing like any of the Galgun games. This is obviously a 2D side-scrolling action platformer. We have moved about as far away from the first-person rail shooter gameplay as one can get, but I'm okay with this. If the history of this channel suggests anything, it's that action platformers are kind of my jam. I grew up playing this style of game, so of course this is no problem. And to be honest, it seems to be the consensus that this style was a good direction to take this game, since this style of game seems to have a broader appeal than the more fan service driven games of the series proper. Luckily, however, we don't have to limit ourselves to comparisons to the base games, since we've already talked about 2D action platformers at this point in the mighty Gunvolt games. Indeed, aside from the panic mode Easter egg screens you could queue up to hide your fan service action from prying eyes in the original games, so long as your monitor's aspect ratio was compatible, there was never, in any capacity, a 2D platformer element to the Galgun games. But Mighty Gunvolt and Mighty Gunvolt Burst are still very close to Galgun, featuring Patako, Ekoro, and Tenzo. Lucky me. So what's the same or what's different between all these games? Well, quite a lot actually. Yes, indeed, even when you have two games that appear to be similar, are by the same company, and are for all intents and purposes in the same genre, they are still very different. So I have a decent amount of experience playing the classic Mega Man games, and even though it's been a while and I've gotten a bit rusty, getting those skills back somewhat with the Mighty Gunvolt games had me assuming rather erroneously that it would prepare me for Gal Guardian's Demon Purge. But I mean, could you blame me? They're side-scrolling platformers. Both feature a character who shoots guns, and while the other character uses melee weapons, I've played Mega Man X before, so this should be no sweat. Well, I don't want to say there is no skill crossover whatsoever between the prior 2D games and Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, but the fact is that my muscle memory was betraying me something fierce. As a meta note, while recording the gameplay from Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, at least most of it, I was also finishing my playthrough of Mighty Gunvolt Burst on Switch with Kurona, and going back and forth between the two was pretty humorous simply because the practice I had in one game actively detracted from my progress in the other. For one, Shinobu cannot run and gun. She can either run or stand and shoot. Maya is a melee character, but she too can either attack or run. Both can jump and attack at the same time, but there is no simultaneous running and shooting like there is in a game like Mighty Gunvolt. This is because Gal Guardians isn't set up to play like a Mega Man game, but like a Castlevania game instead. But deprogramming the Mega Man muscle memory in me brought on quite the learning curve I was comically unprepared for. Jump trajectories are also very different between these games. Jumping in Mighty Gunvolt and Mighty Gunvolt Burst are highly precise and have a paper-like weightlessness to them, which allows for pixel-perfect jumps. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge employs a more physics-based jump, where there's greater emphasis on momentum and inertia, and as a result, demands a certain commitment to the flow of the platforming rather than pinpoint precision. I don't know if I'm describing it well, but since I have some, albeit limited, experience with classic Castlevania, there is a bit of a similarity in the feel as far as the parabolic nature of the jumping trajectory as opposed to the more feather-light airborne maneuverability of the Mighty Gunvolt games. One thing similar between these games is that they are both linear. They are a set number of levels and their progression is strictly a point A to point B situation. Going into Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, I took the Metroidvania tag on Steam a little too seriously and I spent way too much time trying to what ultimately amounts to sequence break my way to other paths I hadn't unlocked yet by virtue of progressing through the game. I went in totally fresh because I wanted the purest first impression, and man, did I learn the hard way. But that's okay. If nothing else, all that time running around trying to open up the alternative pathways in the stages helped me to get acclimated to the game's control and movement, so it was a win for me, to be honest. So, Gal Guardian's Demon Purge is very unique, and I want to explore those unique gameplay characteristics. Since it stars the demon-hunting Kamizono sisters, you have the opportunity to control both Shinobu and Maya. Each sister has her own strengths and weaknesses and different applications that makes her playstyle different from the other. Shinobu is armed with an anti-demon machine gun, which is her primary weapon. This weapon can take out demons from afar, but the amount of damage each round deals to enemies is pretty small. She also needs to reload her weapon, and this leads to a short pause where she physically changes out the magazines for it. If the gun is to be reloaded, you must let the animation complete. If you don't, the gun won't be reloaded. She also can't reload the gun while in midair. She must be standing still on something in order to reload. This means you'll have to carefully time when you reload her machine gun with enemy attacks, or switch to Maya because you can switch sisters on the fly. Maya's primary attack is her anti-demon origami, which she uses against Hodai in her boss fights in both Galgun Double Peace and Galgun 2. The way her attack pattern handles feels identical to how Zero's Z-Saber attacks feel in the PS1 Mega Man X games. Her attacks are only close range, of course, but as one would expect, deal a lot more damage in contrast to Shinobu's machine gun. When you memorize the level layouts and enemy spawn patterns, Maya can cut through stages like a hot knife through butter, since many of these enemies can be bodied in one hit. Honestly, the gameplay contrast between Shinobu and Maya really does remind me of the difference between X and Zero in games like Mega Man X4 or 5, two of my favorite games, by the way. But the Kamizono pairing offers a bit greater sense of synergy rather than the contrasting platforming versus boss proficiency of those much older Mega Man X games. Both Shinobu and Maya are equally viable options in all circumstances in the game, and it's really about how you adapt your playstyle to their abilities to make your run with them as efficient as possible. It should also be noted that while Shinobu's machine gun does reach far, it does not reach beyond the end of your area of visibility, meaning her shots do dissipate before hitting the wall outside of the edge of your screen. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge also features a sub-weapon system, which expands the abilities of both Shinobu and Maya. After defeating the area boss, you automatically unlock new sub-weapons unique to Maya and Shinobu respectively. These can range widely and themselves can be upgraded by exchanging sweets for upgrades with Chidu. These sub-weapons are not dissimilar to the ones found in the Castlevania series and all have their own utility that can help make some challenges simpler to overcome. Shinobu gets throwing knives, anti-demon grenades, anti-demon TNT, Onusa, grappling hook, and an anti-demon rocket. Maya gets Shikigami, a paper crane, a penguin, umbrella, scythe, and the Hodai-kun doll, which makes its return from Galgun Double Piece and Galgun 2. Shinobu's throwing knives can be used to hit enemies that are otherwise difficult for her to hit diagonally upward. The knives can pierce enemies but can't go through walls. The anti-demon grenades are grenades that can be thrown or rolled at enemies and explode on contact, doing a good amount of damage. They can be useful for weakening stronger enemies or taking out enemies that are too short for Shinobu to shoot, even while ducking. If the grenade doesn't hit an enemy, it will explode by itself after a set amount of time. The anti-demon TNT is basically a time bomb or landmine, which explodes stronger than the anti-demon grenade. Once it comes into contact with an enemy, it will explode. If left alone, once again, it will explode by itself after a set amount of time. The anti-demon TNT is also capable of destroying damaged parts of stages, which can prove useful for finding secrets in the levels as well as saving classmates. One of the cool things about anti-demon mines is that if Maya's Hodai-kun doll runs over one, their explosions join together to slightly increase the blast radius. The Onusa, which funnily enough is Kaname's weapon of choice, can be used to exorcise ghosts and also can be charged to summon Mr. Happiness, who will recharge your health. If Shinobu charges her Onusa while standing on a paper crane, she can control its movement, which can make reaching certain out-of-reach areas or dodging attacks by certain bosses a lot easier.
Purification!
The grapple hook is one of the most useful sub-weapons available to Shinobu. This allows her to cling to walls and ceilings, and she can use it to drag enemies down from the ceiling or off platforms into the bottomless pits or lava pits or water or whatever to their hilarious demise. The grappling hook can also be used to reach higher areas, which is something I utilized a lot since using the grappling hook uses no WP whatsoever. The anti-demon rocket launcher is another very useful tool in Shinobu's arsenal, which allows her to fire multiple homing rockets against multiple enemies simultaneously. For bosses that summon several enemies, this can be a real lifesaver, and you bet I used this a lot in those instances, as well as against particularly tough enemies that were hard to hit in regular stages. As for Maya, the Shikigami basically forms a barrier, similar to the leaf or flower barriers from Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 6 respectively. These protect Maya from incoming enemy projectiles as well as deals damage to enemies, and when upgraded can be fired in the direction she's facing, much like Woodman's leaf barrier. The Shikigami does have a time limit, but will remain even after switching back to Shinobu, which is pretty convenient. The paper crane basically serves as an additional platform, but cannot be stacked on top of another. They can be used as a floating platform that can travel along water currents or lava currents, and when upgraded, can be deployed upward and fire a vertical beam. The vertical beam fires at regular intervals and can be very useful at helping to defend Shinobu while using her own Nusa since she is otherwise defenseless. It's especially great for clearing out enemies out of your sight, both above and below you. The Penguin is a sub-weapon which I only really discovered the potential of late into my playthrough, but essentially what the Penguin does is it slides across the ground and freezes whatever it touches. This can be enemies and some background elements. This can be used to freeze enemies as well as stage hazards like lava or water. Once enemies are frozen, unless they are boss enemies, those enemies can be shattered into bits in one hit. They can also be used as platforms. It's very useful. Even against bosses, it can still be used to interrupt boss attack patterns and open them to attacks for a limited period of time. It can also be used to freeze Shinobu's sub-weapons, like the grenades, throwing knives, and TNT. Maya's umbrella is probably my favorite sub-weapon. The umbrella can be used to slow Maya's fall, which can make long jumps more possible. On top of that, it can protect her from falling liquids that would otherwise do damage. Using it will also automatically charge a thrust attack, which is a kind of fire-based attack that can be used to do significant damage to plant-based enemies, but can also grant a few frames of invincibility against boss attacks while giving Maya a free hit. I really like the umbrella sub-weapon. The Scythe is a super powerful close-range weapon that will insta-kill any enemy that isn't a boss. The only catch is that it has a slow wind-up, so if you use it against a boss, you'll have to pay close attention to the timing of your attack, otherwise it will be cancelled out and Maya will take damage. The Scythe, when upgraded, behaves somewhat like a thrown weapon, and it spins through the air doing massive damage. However, Maya is completely vulnerable performing this attack from start to finish, so it ought to be used carefully, since using it does consume a high amount of WP. The Hodai-kun doll works the exact same way it did in Galgun Double Piece and Galgun 2. The doll runs across the field and takes out smaller demons and explodes on contact when it can't travel any further. Hodai-kun can also destroy stage hazards like spikes and can take out slightly stronger enemies when upgraded. Keeping in mind the fact that Hodai-kun doll can expand the damage radius of the anti-demon mine's explosion, if Maya freezes an anti-demon mine and then sends Hodai-kun to detonate over it, the explosion becomes even bigger and it does even more damage. The name of the game here is what I like to call Sisters Synergy. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge basically begs you, by its stage and sub-weapon design as well as in the base weapon balancing between Shinobu and Maya, to switch between them frequently. You could play through entire bosses and stages with one character exclusively, provided she doesn't fall, of course, but you're really doing yourself a disservice and making the game potentially more difficult for yourself than it actually is. If the inherent synergy between the sisters and their sub-weapons isn't proof enough, just look at the game's Pride mechanic. Pride is a stat which is measured by the purple bar just under the life bar on your HUD. Both sisters share this bar, and it can be filled by collecting certain treasures which contribute a fixed number value to fill it. Since the HUD is a bit out of the way on your screen, unless you're playing on a handheld PC or a Switch in portable mode, the primary way to tell if your Pride bar is filled is if you see after images of Shinobu and Maya whenever they move. Once the Pride bar is filled, pressing the Y/triangle or X button, i.e. the top face button, you will unleash an ultimate demon hunter attack, which can deal serious damage to bosses and take out difficult enemies fairly easily. While filling the pride bar in the stages can be as simple as breaking candles, defeating enemies, and finding secrets, if you don't have a full pride bar in a boss fight, your only means to fill the bar is by switching between the sisters. Switching between Shinobu and Maya will fill the gauge every time you switch them at least a little bit. Doing this often enough organically mitigates the need to collect these extra treasures, and if the synergy wasn't evidence enough, I think this mechanic is what indicates the strongest incentive by the game to switch sisters frequently. Not all sub-weapons are free, however. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge also includes a mechanic to limit the amount of times you can use most, but not all, of your sub-weapons. This is through WP, or weapon points. For most weapons, save for the regular effect of the Onusa and the passive effects of the Umbrella and the grappling hook entirely, costs a certain amount of WP. Once the WP is exhausted, sub-weapons that cost WP can no longer be used until enough WP is gained back to be able to use whichever sub-weapon you're hoping to use again. It's pretty easy to recharge your WP. A lot of the time, WP items, the little orbs, are dropped by enemies or background elements in the stages themselves. It's either WP items or hearts, which, in contrast to Castlevania, actually do recover your active character's HP. The WP mechanic actually acts as a check to balance out the sub-weapon synergy between the Kamizono sisters because they share the same pool of WP, meaning that unless you've leveled it up enough to max out how much it can hold at once, you have to budget the use of that WP accordingly between Shinobu and Maya. Upgrading some of the costlier weapons like the anti-demon rocket launcher and the scythe can actually reduce the cost per use of those specific sub-weapons, which makes upgrading sub-weapons very important as well. Sub-weapon upgrades might seem a bit convoluted, but is a process worth going through. Essentially, the way it works is that every time you finish a stage and defeat a boss after saving Risu at the beginning of the second loop, the Angel Ring Company will send Shinobu and Maya a care package that contains sweets, just like in Calgun 2. These sweets can then be given to Chidu as payment, and in return, much like in Calgun 2, she will upgrade any one sub-weapon of your choosing. You get one upgrade per candy, so this necessitates you to revisit stages if you want to have a fully upgraded arsenal for both sisters. Whether or not it's worth it is entirely up to you, but if you're going for 100%, you might find yourself in a situation where you get these upgrades as a consequence of it more than anything else. I always had the impression that a Castlevania-style game was going to be a difficult one. To be totally transparent, I've only played through the first 3 stages of the original Castlevania via the Castlevania collection on PC, so my experience is not very deep. But I was surprised that the difficulty of Gal Guardian's Demon Purge was actually not so high. I think I made it harder for myself by not using sub-weapons as effectively as I could have. But part of the fun for me is memorizing boss attack patterns and finding the best way to transform the fight into a highly optimized dance of sorts. One of the things that makes Gal Guardian's Demon Purge particularly easy is the sister revival mechanic. On the casual and veteran difficulties, I played on veteran if that matters to anyone, when a sister is lost, you are booted to the last checkpoint you crossed and must go to the location as the other sister to find the downed one and perform CPR to revive her. Of course, enemies in that part of the stage will respawn, so you'll have to be careful, especially if the rescuing sister is also low on HP. But if it's at a boss fight, you can revive the sister and the boss's health will recover some percentage relative to the amount you manage to lower it to. Reviving the downed sister will recover some of her HP, but not all, however. If you have the WP, you can charge Shinobu's Onusa to fix that problem pretty quickly if health pickups happen to be scarce. This revival mechanic makes the game a lot less difficult than it might otherwise be. Or at the very least, it is a lot more forgiving than it could be, though I think the highest difficulty does away with the revival mechanic. Since I do plan to go for 100% achievements in this game, I'm kind of excited to get good enough at this game to be able to play through on the highest difficulty, though perhaps it really isn't that difficult anyway. I almost forgot to note, but Shinobu and Maya also get upgrades to their main weapons as well. Shinobu's bullets are also equipped with twin non-homing rockets, which fire at regular intervals, dealing additional damage to enemies. Maya unlocks a charged version of her main weapon where she throws an origami star that takes up a generous amount of screen space and as it sits in midair rotates and does continual damage for a duration of time. It takes a little while to charge, but can be very helpful to protect Maya from weaker incoming enemies or deal DPS damage to bosses while they are momentarily out of range. I should also note that if she launches this attack while in the air, she will knock backwards quite a distance. Shinobu also unlocks the ability to shoot directly upward as well. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge is a linear game, but that doesn't mean there isn't some form of exploration involved in the game's progression. The way the game is structured is almost, if not exactly, like the original Castlevania, in a broad sense at least. It follows along with a number of the classic Castlevania game tropes, including forcing you to play through the level courses and defeat their corresponding bosses a second time. I've been aware of this trope for a while, but this is the first time I've experienced it, and honestly, I kinda like it. This is mainly because this second loop gives you the ability to open up new areas of the levels that were previously locked to you. This is mainly because they required sub-weapons to access, or they required you to discover the location of Hodai. But with this exploration and mastery of the sub-weapons also comes the incentives to explore. One of those incentives are permanent upgrades. These can be found around the stages to upgrade things like the max HP of one of your characters or increase the maximum amount of WP that you can hold. The other incentive is to find Shinobu and Maya's classmates. Before the Evil Castle appeared, it was Sakurazaki Academy, and because a number of students were already at school at the time of the merge, now they are trapped in perilous situations and need to be rescued. This aspect of the game is pretty cool because they usually can't be seen immediately, but audio cues can clue you in onto where they might be. They are usually calling out for help. Sometimes they are inaccessible in the initial loop, but can be found on the second loop. Looking back at my playthrough of the game and knowing what I do now, I find it kind of funny some of the ways I gained access to the other girls, especially Yanagita Mafuyu, who I went to by basically tanking damage by lava between both Shinobu and Maya equally. Had I known at the time, I could have just gone that way with the paper crane and Onusa, or by freezing the lava altogether and walking across it. It wouldn't have been such a perilous journey. When rescued, these girls will all congregate in the gymnasium, which lies adjacent to your main base. In the post-game, you also have a side quest where you are tasked to find the lost panties of all the girls, including Shinobu and Maya. If you were wondering why I was saying I had to go back and record more footage, it was basically because of this. I thought I could get away with getting just a normal ending, but when I discovered that the harem/alternative ending had its own exclusive gameplay segment, which I could not ignore for this video, This meant I had to comb through the levels and save every girl, and all this exploration also meant that I had managed to collect a lot of their panties as well. And to be honest, that's probably for the best, because apparently all the girls in this game are going commando until you find them. I knew that there was a panties quest, but I had no idea that the Mad Lads would actually make this a real plot point in the game. But that's Galgun for you, and it still made me laugh anyway. The levels are deceptively large, but not unmanageably so. Despite the PS1 style presentation of Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, where the sprites seem large relative to the stages, making the stages appear as though they might be small, they really aren't. While not a true Metroidvania in the literal sense, there is still an exploration element that makes revisiting these stages on the second loop and post-game much more tantalizing than what meets the eye on the first loop. As for carryovers from the Galgun games, well, while not in a gameplay sense, there are definitely a number of visual and narrative references going back to all the previous games in the series. Chidu's boss is that of a fallen angel, which manifests itself as a large clockwork-like machine consistent with the gothic horror aesthetic of the game. Nanako's boss is a pretty terrifying demon, which makes sense considering she is half demon herself. Aoi's boss is a demon rockstar rabbit. Akira's is a knight which wields a huge sword that's also on water, which is very reminiscent of her training exercise minigame in the first Galgun. And Kaname's boss is the evil plant she accidentally summoned, which is highly appropriate since, well, that's one of the biggest scenes from the first Galgun in general. Kurona obviously makes her return, though she's not alone. Kurona's boss fight is probably more anticlimactic than her boss fight in Galgun 2, but that's because this time she's just an accomplice. The real boss is Adult Kurona. Adult Kurona is not the most difficult boss fight once you get her attack patterns down, but it's clear that her grudge she has specifically against the Kamizono sisters has its origins traced back to the events of Galgun Double Piece. It is also clear that in the Patako ending of Galgun Double Piece, Kurona was not kidding when she promised Hodai that she would become a hot succubus demon wife. Another huge Galgun reference is, despite the fact that this is not Galgun, Doki Doki mode is activated one more time by Hodai, which he uses to weaken Adult Kurona temporarily. Even in your gothic horror Castlevania-style side-scrolling platformer, you can't get away from Doki Doki mode completely. Not yet, anyway. Going into further detail about the Kurona fight, it actually has 3 different modes depending on the ending you are going for. This ultimately translates to incentivizing repeat playthroughs in order to get the collectibles to accomplish the tasks necessary to experience those versions of the final boss segment. It's kind of an ingenious way of structuring a game, especially when you look at how the difficulty scales. If you just shoot for the normal ending, the boss is ironically at its highest difficulty. Hodai is able to weaken Adult Kurona somewhat, but it's up to Shinobu and Maya to finish her off by themselves. It requires you to dodge her attacks, which, much like the other bosses in the game, follow a strict, easy-to-predict attack pattern and damage her upper torso or head when she is open. At the halfway point, she does summon the spirits of the demon world, which acts as a large temporary area of effect attack, which is best dodged by using Maya's umbrella and jumping off the edge of the platform until the attack dissipates. The attack pattern typically includes an attack where platforms are formed above the regular stage so that you might be able to land more serious damage on her if you're able to maintain your footing. The platforms are very small. The attack pattern opens with adult Kurona summoning younger versions of herself to attack, much like how she did in the previous phase, and this is for farming WP. While I wouldn't say that this fight overall is the most mechanically demanding, since it is one of the easier ones to play the long game with, it is still a pretty epic battle in its own right. But what happens if you find the 3 machine parts for Chidu? Basically, through the different stages, there are 3 mysterious machine parts that you can find in 3 stages, hidden in areas that are off the beaten path. Once you collect one, you can bring it back to Chidu, and she will use them to create a special device, but she will require all 3 parts to finish it. Once she does, it basically allows all the main supporting characters to pass through the mirror after Shinobu and Maya. So when Hodai weakens adult Kurona with his Doki Doki field, not only does the field's energy itself weaken her, but so too do your friends. Chidu, Kaname, Aoi, Nanako, Akira, and Risu all come to help Shinobu and Maya by weakening her even further. This doesn't lower her starting life bar or anything, nor does it make her attacks weaker, but when you fight her, all of the supporting characters will come in and protect Shinobu and Maya from various attacks by adult Kurona. Kaname is especially helpful in defending against adult Kurona's the floor is lava effect that forces you to escape to those aforementioned higher platforms to begin with, unless you have enough WP to summon the paper crane, I suppose. The help of the supporting characters makes adult Kurona's fight even easier than it was before. It virtually eliminates the challenge that came with keeping track of all her attacks, both passive and active. Even characters like Risu will offer a platform that you can jump onto to reach adult Kurona easier, since attacks from below her don't deal damage all the time. This is more of a reward for going out of your way to find the machine parts for Chidu, since unless you already know exactly where the parts are, you're probably going to have to revisit all the stages and explore them fully enough to eventually find them. So much like many other exploration-based games of the past, your reward for putting in the extra work to survey the stages fully enough to obtain these parts is a final boss that is functionally identical to what it is in the normal ending, but with the spectacle of seeing all of your friends helping you and an easier time getting through the game's climax. Not a bad trade-off. But not even the true ending, coupled with the normal ending, shows everything Gal Guardian's Demon Purge has to offer. To accomplish the game's alternative ending, Shinobu and Maya must rescue all 32 of their classmates, who are all trapped in different levels. Some of the classmates are impossible to miss, while others can be very well hidden. Accomplishing this requires you to explore the levels even deeper than you did with the machine parts. But once all the girls are saved, Hodai, coupled with the combined power and support of all the girls saved, activates a real Doki Doki mode. And here we find ourselves once again reliving Galgun in the truest sense. The Doki Doki field gameplay here should be very familiar to anyone who has prior experience playing any of the previous Galgun games, especially Galgun Double Piece and Galgun 2. Probably the biggest difference in terms of gameplay is that this mode is entirely in 2D, so there's no option to rotate adult Kurona. You are still tasked with finding her weakest spots, which do change periodically. You control the target reticle, and in order to find her weak spots, you must shoot various parts of her until the spot you shoot shows a bunch of hearts, very similar to both Galgun Double Piece and Galgun 2. Adult Kurona isn't entirely powerless, however. Returning from Galgun Double Piece's final Doki Doki mode and the original Galgun's Doki Doki mode is Adult Kurona's ability to block your ability to hit various sectors of her. Bringing back the sectors, in this case, means either top half or lower half. But you do have recourse for this for the first time in the entire series. If her weak spot is being blocked, and since she can only have one weak spot at a time, you are given a feather with which to tickle her, which forces her to stop blocking at all. There's even more strategy to this because not only can she block, but she can also attack you as well. Her attacks at first come in the form of demon energy attacks and later spike balls. If enough of these attacks hit you, you will fail the boss. So when you see them, it's best for you to shoot them so that they can be cancelled. The goal of this is to bring adult Kurona euphoria. The way you do this is by shooting her, especially in her weak spots, to increase her euphoria gauge at the bottom of the screen. You can accelerate this process by charging the pheromone shot, much like you could in the first game and in Double Peace's final Doki Doki. The tricky part of all this is that there are no visual or audio indicators for where her weakest spots are when you scroll over them, so it really is kind of a hybrid between all of the game's Doki Doki modes in a gameplay or strategy sense. As her euphoria bar increases, the frequency and ferocity of her attacks increases. So, while you're no longer on a timer like you were in the previous incarnations of the gameplay mode, you still have to be quick about it, since you want to minimize damage you take. Managing the search for her weak spots, timing the use of the charge shots, deflecting her attacks, and lowering her guard are all gameplay mechanics that combine together to create a version of the final boss that, while probably the easiest of all the endings, is totally unique and a very worthy reward for finding all the girls, putting in all the time for a little bit of fan service. Inti Creates' signature sense of humor and a gameplay segment that the most diehard of Galgun fans can appreciate. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge is known by fans of the series as the first one to feature English voices, but only in gameplay. At first, I kind of found myself recoiling from it, mostly because I had gotten so used to the Japanese voice cast that I couldn't imagine a non-Japanese voice coming from any of these characters, especially Shinobu and Maya. But after a while, I actually got used to it. There is a pure setting, which includes English text with full Japanese voice acting, but it took me forever to find it in the settings until I went back to capture footage for the sake of the alternative ending, and so I stuck with the English voices for the majority of this game. But to be honest, I think the voice cast that they used for Gal Guardian's Demon Purge was a pretty excellent English approximation of the original Japanese voice cast. But I couldn't help but to feel like I had heard these voices from somewhere. While of course I know that English voice actors are notorious for getting around, especially the longer they've been in the business, but I couldn't quite place these voices at first. For Maya, I could have sworn I heard this voice previously in a Sonic game. I'm not kidding. Looking it up, I realized that Maya's English voice was in fact Sage from Sonic Frontiers. Shinobu too sounded familiar, but again I couldn't exactly place it. Turns out, Shinobu's English voice is actually the same as none other than the best girl from Honey Pop. That's right, Audrey is back! So not only can't I seem to get away from games which feature love fairies or angels helping a guy not popular with girls get a girlfriend, but I also can't seem to get away from Audrey. And I'm okay with this. It goes without saying, of course, that the Japanese voice cast is great. Once I was able to find pure mode, It's in the main menu options at the game's home screen and not during gameplay as an FYI to those who might not know. It was nice to hear Shinobu's voice again. Maya's too, of course, but I really like the way Shinobu talks. It takes me back to the time I first played Galgun Double Peace, and nostalgia aside, I've just always liked Shinobu to begin with. And the timbre of her voice, the way she uses her words to hide her feelings, but how her tone and inflections tell a different story, the cadence she speaks with, it was great to hear again. Maybe the dialogue of the Galgun games in general can be a bit strange for most voice actresses to say. I really have a lot of respect for those who gave the game and its script the time of day, and it really seems they didn't pull back on their performances. All of them are excellent, even the voices for the classmates you can save. I like the more mellow tone Kurona has this time around. Since she's on her home turf, more or less, she sounds less childish and more in her element, and I really like the way they got adult Kurona's last line of dialogue to be "des," which was something she stopped saying because, well, she's an adult now. But Kurona is still Kurona, and even as an adult, she can't help herself, and I absolutely love it. In all seriousness, though, I do think the English voice cast is great for this game. While I did kind of miss the performances of the original Japanese voice cast at the start of my playthrough, I had gotten so used to hearing them, I have to say that the casting was excellent in not only bringing in solid talent in general, but keeping the character and quality of the voices from the original cast in mind as well. But Gal Guardian's Demon Purge isn't the latest game in the series. We still have one left to go yet. And this next one might be a slightly bigger departure from the series than Demon Purge, though not entirely. Gal Guardian's Servants of the Dark is probably the closest to a near 50-50 crossover between Galgun and Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. We already have a lot of shared assets and narrative points between these games, and the gameplay was already very similar in Demon Purge, but I might say that Servants of the Dark helps to seal the deal with its similarly cadenced title, as well as its full-blown Metroidvania design. That's right, we've gone from fully automated 3D light gun shooting that was completely on rails with a primary focus on dating simulation, score attack, and fan service mechanics, to now a full-blown 2D Metroidvania exploration-driven open-world design. How the heck did we get here? Well, actually, looking at the evolution of this series within the greater Inti Creates universe of games, it's actually not that hard to imagine, but in a vacuum, it seems pretty wild how we got to this point. Gal Guardian's Servants of the Dark plays very similarly to Demon Purge and shares a very similar, if not identical, art style with some modifications to some of its underlying systems and mechanics. The biggest part of this gameplay difference comes from its truly open world design. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge did follow a classic Castlevania design with branching pathways and 2 loops of the same areas, which open up upon unlocking new abilities, but it was a totally linear experience. Gal Guardian's Servants of the Dark isn't. This time, after liberating the castle and establishing it as your main base, the whole world is basically yours to explore, and much like other Metroidvania games, there are some areas that can't be reached until you have leveled up your character or unlocked certain sub-weapons to access those areas, necessitating revisiting the same areas repeatedly to access new areas, which are either required for story progression or to find optional collectibles for 100% completion and or the true ending. There is one caveat, however. When it comes to the exploration and the open world nature of Galgun Servants of the Dark, is that the world is pretty big. Apparently, there are some who feel as though there is a lot of filler in this world and it is bigger than it needs to be. I agree that the world is big and that not every part of the map subjects you to a major challenge, either in combat or platforming or a puzzle for that matter. So areas you just kind of pass through uneventfully. If I can put in my 2 cents on this matter, I'd say that I think, as a total noob to this genre for the most part, that Gal Guardians isn't really aiming for a totally hardcore Metroidvania experience. Before I continue, I will recognize the fact that I am experiencing a patched version of this game where there are vastly more fast travel options, which does significantly cut down on the amount of time spent backtracking. I'll get into fast travel later, but I want to clarify that my perspective is coming nearly a year after the game's launch, and therefore I was unable to experience the potential issues present at the game's launch. I was sick when I played through this game. The entire playthrough I was sick, and because of that I was a bit worried that maybe this game might be too much, since typically my gaming performance isn't the best when I'm sick. What I found was that despite Gal Guardian's Servants of the Dark being a Metroidvania in a purer sense than its predecessor, it's not really that demanding. It might have been my frame of reference because I was sick, but I found that there was a thematic consistency between some of the lulls in the world where nothing especially was going on, and the artwork and the soundtrack. Gal Guardian's Servants of the Dark is kind of a chill game. It's easier than Demon Purge, and despite some areas having a higher population of enemies, everything about this game just feels more relaxed, despite the stakes of the story. Exploring the areas is a smooth experience that flows naturally. Areas branch off and lead to fountains, shrines, cairns or carons, rest areas, and treasure chests. And some places can't be unlocked or accessible until later. All of these areas are connected in some way, and mixed with the more laid-back soundtrack, probably more laid back than any other soundtrack in the series up to this point, I think the lulls function as a bit of a reprieve from a past challenge or a quiet before an upcoming challenge. I'm not sure how this map compares to other games in this genre, since I've only experienced one other game in this style previously, and not in a very long time, but my experience of the size and breadth of this world was mostly mildly challenging in some cases and nearly meditative in others. The map itself consists of 11 different areas. They are Maxim Castle, Forest of Forlorn Fog, Cursed Cavern, Chateau du Fortune, Crimson Sands of Elug, or Elug, I don't know, Fallen Fortress of Simonia, Traders Rapids, Volcanic Valley of Guenna, Dead Sea, Ancient Battleground, and the Lysenorg Castle. All of these areas are somehow connected in some way to at least one of the other areas, and your progression for the story generally follows those areas in that order. The Maxim Castle is your home base. It serves as the initial tutorial level where you fight the introductory boss and learn the basic platforming and combat abilities of your new characters. Forest of Forlorn Fog is a deceptively large area which you consistently must come back to unlock newer areas in order to progress through the story as you level your characters up and expand their demon powers. The Cursed Cavern seems to me like the biggest area, though now that I think about it, I don't think so. It connects to the Forest of Forlorn Fog, Chateau du Fortune, and the Crimson Sands of Elug, or Elug. Its main challenge is that the caverns are darkened and it can be very difficult to see without lighting your way through with a lantern or lighting the lanterns in the rooms themselves, so they do go out as soon as you leave that particular area. Of all the areas in this world, I found the Cursed Cavern to be the easiest to lose your way in, as there are few direct routes to where you might want to go. It's maze-like in this regard. Chateau de Fortune presents you with a mix of the lighting issues you encountered in the Cursed Cavern, as well as introducing the giant chandeliers from the previous game, except this time they won't attack you. Now they act as a means of transportation, both horizontal and vertical, across chasms and up towers. In these cases, you are usually asked to either take out or defeat enemies trying to hit you and knock you off of the chandelier. The chandeliers are two-tiered, so you do get a last chance save if you're knocked off the upper half of it, but being knocked off the chandeliers does not lead to a loss of the active sister. Instead, in that sister falling to a lower part of the map, punishing the player with inconvenience than a potential lost life. The Crimson Sands of Elug are basically one straight line with some areas of interest buried underneath. This is where you encounter 3 different combat encounters with the Desert Worms, and a boss fight with the Demon Lord Zuzu, who becomes very plot important later in the story. This area directly connects with the Cursed Cavern and the Forest of Forlorn Fog, as well as the Fallen Fortress of Simonia. The Fallen Fortress of Simonia is probably the smallest area on the map, where you can spend extravagant amounts of money on upgrades and plot-important collectibles. Traders Rapids is an area on the map which is dominated by water and ice. This area is notable for being the area where you first encounter Shinobu and Maya, who make an appearance in this game. The fight with Shinobu and Maya features both sisters using their exact weapons and attacks they could unlock, especially when leveled up completely from the previous game. Traders Rapids also holds a number of rooms and areas that can only be unlocked after either getting the ability to freeze water or run across it, though I did accidentally find a way around using either of these abilities in one case. The Volcanic Valley of Guenna also contains a castle where you fight what I presume to be the game's mid-boss. This is the same boss you fight at the game's outset and as the first phase of the final boss, Lysa. The Volcanic Valley of Guenna contains some tricky platforming areas that are suspended high above the map in a lot of cases, though there are also hidden areas that can be unlocked far below as well by freezing lava flows, for example. I should also mention that Traders Rapids connects to the Volcanic Valley of Guenna via a transitional hot spring area where you run into Shinobu and Maya again for a special fan service cutscene. The Dead Sea is an area that is relatively isolated for the most part, though it is connected to the Volcanic Valley of Guenna and the Cursed Caverns, and later the Ancient Battleground. The structure of the Dead Sea area reminds me a lot of a Zelda dungeon, strangely enough. This is especially so when you are tasked with finding the soul of Zuzu, with the intent of reuniting it with her remains. It reminds me of a Zelda dungeon mostly because it requires you to adjust the water levels in the map to reach certain areas and to use certain powers and movement abilities to access certain areas. Maybe it isn't as cerebral as some previous water dungeons in the Zelda games, but it is certainly a surprising change of pace from the more straightforward, strictly exploration-based navigation of the other areas. There is also another puzzle in the late story area of the Forest of Forlorn Fog, which requires opening gates in a certain sequence to reach the area's boss, but it is a lot more compact than what exists in the Dead Sea area. The ancient battlegrounds area can be unlocked once you reunite Zuzu's spirit with her remains. Her worms can now burrow underground beneath the barrier protecting the area, which is why you are required to revive her. The battlegrounds themselves are a mix of outdoor and indoor ruined areas, which offer a generous number of different branching pathways you can explore. This specific area reminds me a bit of the castle which Shinobu and Maya travel through to defeat Kurona and her adult self, but it is totally different from that castle. This area finishes with a boss fight against the Lysanorg castle itself, transformed into some kind of robotic spider thing. Once it is defeated, Kirika and Masha can enter the Lysanorg castle, and what greets them is basically a gauntlet. The Lysanorg castle is basically a long vertical gauntlet which tests your skills and abilities you've learned up to that point in the game. This is probably the most densely packed and challenging part of the game. It holds a lot of its own secrets, however, and exploration does yield rewards if you take the time to look around. But as a gauntlet, there is also a strong push-forward feeling about it that gives its design a much more urgent feel than what was in the earlier areas. The map is also seamless. I say almost because there are some areas connected through long doors or drops, which once entered prompts a fade to black, which kind of gives the impression that it's a loading screen, though I could be wrong. But that doesn't mean that this map is any less if it was the case that there was an occasional loading screen between certain area transitions. Speaking of which, let's talk about fast travel. Gal Guardian's Demon Purge did have a fast travel option, but since the stages were already pretty short, the only real function this fast travel really served in Demon Purge was as a level select. In Servants of the Dark, fast travel is a lot more useful, but I should probably acknowledge first that, again, fast travel has been expanded since the game's initial launch. Originally, your only means of fast travel was by finding the Karons in the different areas. Karons are essentially a race of beings in the demon realm, which navigate the realm by boat. The caveat here is that Karons can only transport their passengers to places they've already been, and for a fee. This means that in order to unlock fast travel between areas via Karon transport, you must find another Karon in the area you want to go to transport you there. Since exploration is the name of the game, more often than not, you're going to run into Karons, even if you would rather not. If you accomplish the Karon side quest in the Dead Sea, you unlock the ability to travel freely with the Karons free of charge. First, it's discounted when you give one of the Karons a love letter, but then the fee is deleted altogether once you finish their main side quest. While there are up to 2 Karons in each area, sometimes their distance from your intended destination can be similar, and there can be a bit of an inconvenience that comes with fast travel with them. After feedback about the lack of fast travel options relative to the size of the map, Inti Creates patched in the ability to fast travel between rest spots as well. These areas are basically spots where Kirika and Masha can take a tea break. Originally, these were checkpoints and areas where you could save your progress, but after the patch, now they can be fast traveled between as well. The only catch here is that you can only fast travel to the last area you saved, and from that area only to the Maxim Castle. This limitation means that fast travel can't be abused and forces you to think about how to fast travel where and when to save strategically if you know where you're planning to go when. Since you'll likely be coming and going to and from the castle countless times during any given playthrough, I think this added fast travel convenience is great for what it aims to do. Some of these tea areas are a bit redundant, seeing as how they can sometimes be situated just one screen away from a Karon, but this is mostly a product of this fast travel capability being patched in after the fact. Sub-weapons also work completely differently in Servants of the Dark than it did in Demon Purge. In a way, there is a customizability to the sub-weapon loadouts between Masha and Kirika that didn't really exist for Shinobu and Maya. Defeated enemies will occasionally drop items, much like they did in Demon Purge, except the likelihood of them dropping health pickups and demon power, this game's version of weapon points, isn't as high. Much like how it worked in the original Castlevania games, defeated enemies will drop items that can be used as sub-weapons. These can be anything from creature summons to weapons like broadswords or daggers, and items like lanterns with different kinds of effects. Unlike in classic Castlevania, however, these items aren't automatically equipped when picked up. Instead, they are held in your general inventory. Also, unlike in Castlevania, items picked up will not replace the items already in your inventory. If your inventory is already full, neither Masha or Kirika will pick up any other dropped items until you manage the inventory by either expanding it or disposing of items you don't need. This inventory management system adds a layer of resource management that didn't previously exist in Demon Purge. Additionally, there are 2 sub-weapon slots that can be filled and equipped at the same time for Kirika and Masha respectively. Unlike in Demon Purge, where once unlocked, Shinobu and Maya each had ready access to any of their sub-weapons at will, Kirika and Masha require the creation of loadouts for certain kinds of scenarios. As they level up through the story, the number of different loadouts that can be created expands, and it is those individual loadouts that can be toggled between with the D-pad, rather than the individual sub-weapons of Shinobu and Maya. There are some restrictions, however. There are limitations on not only the number of sub-weapons that can be equipped per loadout, but also the kind of sub-weapon is also character-specific as well. These are easy to tell based on the color of the sub-weapons, as it appears in the inventory. If the sub-weapon is a color that matches Kirika's hair color, it can only be equipped to her, and if it matches Masha's hair color, it can only be equipped to her. Things like lanterns, however, are universal. Masha's sub-weapons focus mostly on summoning creatures you defeat, and later in the game, some of them have elemental effects which can become useful in certain boss fights and for exploration purposes. Kirika uses the offensive sub-weapons, which can deal more damage in a single swing than she can at range. Since she is the ranged fighter, this sub-weapon group allows her a close quarters option for combat to cut down enemies quickly, though it should be noted that the weight of some of her stronger weapons can take some time to wind up before she can actually swing, so it isn't necessarily a get out of jail free insta-kill. It kind of reminds me of how X plays at the beginning of Mega Man X6, I suppose. Demon points can be tracked by looking at the number in the lower left corner of the screen on your HUD. As it worked in Demon Purge, demon power points are a pool shared between both sisters, but the maximum number of demon power points you can have can increase as Kirika and Masha level up. Sub-weapons can also come with passive effects as well. So if you're strict about the way you manage your weapon loadouts, it might be important to pay close attention to what passive effects they might offer, especially if they are elemental ones, which can prove invaluable in some combat scenarios if you choose to employ them. While I didn't personally interact with this particular mechanic of the game, it is one of the key differences between Galgardian's Demon Purge and Servants of the Dark. In Demon Purge, sub-weapons were upgradable by receiving candy from Risu and handing those sweets over to Chiru, who would then upgrade one of either Shinobu or Maya's sub-weapons, expanding both their abilities as well as damage output where relevant. Here, upgrades still exist, but it's a bit less comprehensive. Throughout the levels, you are occasionally paid in coins upon defeating enemies. You can also find coins in treasure chests scattered throughout the different areas of the world. This money can be used to buy things from merchants, but also to ask one of the revivable demons to upgrade your sub-weapons. There are different kinds of upgrades you can get for sub-weapons. One that upgrades your character's overall proficiency with that sub-weapon, and the other which can help increase its potential damage output. Because I didn't often find the sub-weapons to have the utility to necessitate upgrading them really, my playstyle, at least for this video, could comfortably handle bosses and stage exploration largely using Masha and Kirika's base skills. Though there were some situations where summoning one of the elemental Cerberuses or using the heavy lance proved useful in both exploration and boss fights, but I really had to get into the habit of using them to begin with. When it comes to Masha, she has a special ability that really helps her stand out, and that is her Demon Fruit ability. Occasionally, enemies with special elemental powers will drop seeds whose color corresponds with a specific element: plant, fire, electricity, and ice. These abilities can be used the same way as Maya's charge attack can be used in Demon Purge. You charge the attack by holding her regular attack button and release it. Doing so will launch a seed, and it will carry with it damage with its corresponding elemental effect. Masha's Demon Fruit ability is a consumable one, however, so that means that the number of seeds she will be able to carry at once is fixed. In total, she can carry up to 5 seeds at a time, and once depleted, must be replenished manually, either by defeating elemental enemies of the element you are looking for, or by collecting them from one of the demon servants you can revive at Maxim's castle. One thing to keep in mind about these seeds is that they can only be used in sequence. So if you have an ice seed you want to use, but have 2 fire seeds queued up first, you will need to use the 2 fire seeds up first before you will be able to use the ice seeds. These elemental seeds aren't completely necessary to use, but they do offer a quick alternative option for clearing out certain areas in the interest of exploration. It lends a level of flexibility to this game's series of systems that makes its overall gameplay experience potentially more variable than what existed in Demon Purge. As I've mentioned a couple times already, Servants of the Dark features revivable demon servants. This is similar to what existed in Demon Purge's classmate evacuation mechanic, except here there is arguably a stronger incentive to revive all the demons than simply an alternative ending. Maxim's castle is suddenly attacked by a rival demon lord, and all the servants of the castle except for Masha and Kirika were defeated. Their remains can be seen scattered throughout the castle once it is converted into your base. These remains are basically a pile of bones. Throughout the world, as you explore, you will find the spirits of these lost demon servants, which can be retrieved and reunited with the remains of that demon. Once done, you are able to unlock a certain perk that comes with that demon. There is one that will generate elemental seeds for Masha, one which can repair the castle and upgrade your sub-weapons, one that serves as a CG gallery for scenes you had previously unlocked while playing, and one that gives you the perk of giving Masha and Kirika an aura that increases the drop rate of Maxim's bones by a giant percentage. Reviving these demons, while mostly optional, contribute to the game's greater leveling and gameplay systems that give a potentially stronger incentive for those who are seeking to level up or strengthen their abilities faster, or to give them greater conveniences like mitigating the need to grind for things like seeds, healing items, or Maxim bones in the regular world. This leads into another one of the smaller but much more noticeable differences between Servants of the Dark and Demon Purge, and that is the fact that upon leaving a screen or section of the map, enemies will respawn immediately after re-entering that area. This is necessary because you will need to grind in this game at some point to farm resources. This can be anything from health to demon power, Maxim bones, money, elemental seeds, etc. Where before, as long as you were on either casual or veteran difficulties in Demon Purge, felled demons will stay gone even after you leave a screen unless you've lost either Maya or Shinobu. Here, no matter which difficulty you play at, enemies will respawn. There are some exceptions, like for example, if there are hives which infinitely spawn the exploding bees, they won't respawn. Mini-bosses also won't respawn. But most enemies will, and it is important for the sake of farming resources, at least in the early game. As someone who came up playing the classic Mega Man games, this is very familiar to me, and I can appreciate this since, because of the emphasis on consumable collectibles in this game, it's for quality of life than really anything else. And if you don't want to fight them, the world is designed in such a way where it can be pretty easy to bypass these enemies to get to where you need fairly quickly with little hassle. Masha and Kirika aren't the only ones that can be equipped with items that carry special effects and can be leveled up. Kirika and Masha are followed by the floating skull of their master, Demon Lord Maxim, and in his weakened state, he can still lend his power to them. One of the ways he can do this is through certain collectibles in the world that only he can use. These demon relics can be collected from enemies or bought from merchants. Only 8 can be equipped at a time, but they offer passive effects to both Masha and Kirika to give them certain quality of life advantages, including added mobility, reduced damage, slight increases to maximum HP or demon power, etc. This loadout is managed in exactly the same way Masha and Kirika's can be, and provided you have enough of these demon relics, can be customized in the most optimal ways for whatever you are trying to achieve on the spot. When I was hunting for Maxim bones in the early game, equipping the relic which increased the drop rate of these bones helped me a lot to reach the soft level stop just before the mid-game. Maxim himself can also be leveled up, and this is by reconstructing him. His body was completely destroyed in the beginning of the game except for his head. The real main quest for this game is actually to retrieve all his bones so that he can be reconstructed and have the power to defeat the demon lord who sought to annihilate him, Lysenorg. I guess you could say that the Maxim bone quest is pretty much functionally similar to the Panties quest in Demon Purge, since they both do unlock alternative endings, although the Maxim Bone quest unlocks Servants of the Dark's true ending, as opposed to the Panties quest in Demon Purge. There are over 500 of these bones throughout the world. Bones come in 2 different varieties. Normal bones are, of course, the most common and hold a value of 1 bone, and large bones are a little less common and hold a value of 20 normal bones. Bones are most commonly dropped by defeated enemies, but bones can also be purchased from merchants as well as gifted to you from the Demon Realm Adventurer whenever you help them fill in their map. Every area on the map comes with a counter of the total number of bones in that area and how many you collected. Bones are not only the means by which you reach the game's true ending, but it's also how you level up Maxim's demon energy, which he can lend to Kirika and Masha, which can expand their abilities and facilitate exploration through the world. It can unlock more loadout slots, expand their mobility like the dash, which works very similarly to how it did in Mega Man X, adding the number of dashes that can be done consecutively, the mid-air dash, double jump, triple jump, the demon dash, a demon healing power, the ability to summon a giant demon fist, etc. Once you return all the bones to Maxim's throne, you bring him to max level, and from there, you've reached the full potential of the power he can lend to Kirika and Masha. This isn't necessary to finish the game, but it is if you want to get the true ending. The only caveat with using Maxim's power is that there is a cooldown time between use of his special moves, especially the healing and the fist. The cooldown isn't especially long, but this helps to prevent over-reliance on these abilities. It should be noted that, as far as I'm aware, all of these main powers are required for finishing the game. Maybe there is a sequence break or a way around some of these obstacles? I'm thinking particularly of the barriers in the ancient battleground, which can only be broken by the fist power, but considering there's a whole genre of video on YouTube where people are beating games like Super Mario 64 without jumping, I'm sure someone will find a way to speed run to the end of this game with the bare bones, pun intended, loadout someday. And given the open nature of this game's design, I wouldn't be surprised. So to point out some smaller differences that I noticed when it comes to the way Kirika and Masha themselves handle when compared to Shinobu and Maya, Kirika is basically this game's Shinobu. She uses a machine gun, but when leveled up, she does not fire rockets like Shinobu can. Also, Shinobu's rate of fire is significantly faster than Kirika's, and Kirika's maximum ammo count, at least stock, and at the outset, is less than what Shinobu has and can reach when leveled up. Masha handles similarly to Maya, except her attack pattern is different from Maya's, particularly with her third hit when going for the typical 3-hit combo. One of the other differences between Servants of the Dark and Demon Purge is that damage values being dealt by each hit you land now have a numerical value. This is because there is now a very, very light RPG element to this game, where things like critical hits can be landed and a demon relic can be equipped to increase your chances of getting a critical hit on enemies. It also illustrates the growth in damage Kirika and Masha can deal as you level them up and equip certain demon relics, which increase the base damage values of their regular attacks. Despite this, however, regardless of how much their damage values increase, boss health bars go down much slower. Boss fights last a lot longer here than they did in Demon Purge. In Demon Purge, if you relied solely on Shinobu and Maya's regular attacks, you might find that boss fights take a bit of time. But when you utilize their sub-weapons and especially take advantage of their inbuilt synergy, boss fights can end pretty quickly. In Servants of the Dark, it doesn't really work that way. It is possible to level grind and upgrade sub-weapons so that more damage can be dealt quicker, but generally I think bosses in Servants of the Dark are designed to take more punishment than they did in Demon Purge. Even when stock, sub-weapons in Demon Purge still had a strong utility against bosses if you knew how and when best to use them, but here, because of the wide availability of dropped sub-weapons with a high variety of different possible stats that their effects just don't seem to have the same stopping power or potency that they did in Demon Purge. Both games require memorization of boss attack patterns, but because of the nature of the demon powers, sub-weapons, the ability to expand the mobility of Kirika and Masha, boss fights seem a bit less mechanically demanding overall. Of course, there is still a certain amount of strategy to movement, especially in the early game with timing jumps and predicting the next attack and where on the screen to position yourself during attacks that take up much of the screen space. I got the impression that playing the slow game with these bosses was the optimal strategy in general, which is a bit of the inverse of Demon Purge, where while the slow game with bosses is a perfectly viable strategy, you kind of want to find the fastest way to take these bosses out for the sake of limiting the damage you take. After all, if you lost either Shinobu or Maya, you had to start the boss over again and revive the downed sister. Not start over with the boss at full health, of course, but you still had to exit the room with the sister not downed, enter the room, and revive the downed sister during the fight. This is in stark contrast to Servants of the Dark, which doesn't start the boss over unless you lose both sisters. Probably again as a symptom of being a true Metroidvania game, it would be really difficult to employ the kind of downed sister mechanic that existed in the first game, in as much as starting you back at the last checkpoint and forcing you to get the remains of the downed sister and reviving them. Now, at the moment a sister falls, you immediately switch to the remaining sister automatically and can immediately revive the fallen sister right then and there. You also have the ability to switch sisters while in midair. That might not sound like a big deal, but this makes movement very smooth. There are much fewer bottomless pits, and in lieu of them, opt more often than not to drop you to a lower part of the section of the map, sometimes opening up brand new opportunities for exploration. Some of these areas are even subtly marked as places that you can jump down. Environmental cues did also exist in Demon Purge, of course, but the more open exploration design direction of Servants of the Dark means you have more liberty with this kind of environmental design. These things come together and kind of lend to Servants of the Dark an air of easier difficulty than the first game. While Demon Purge wasn't especially difficult, Servants of the Dark feels easier because of these quality of life improvements. Of course, there is a hard difficulty level which is unlockable upon finishing the game the first time, but on the standard difficulty, it really can become an easy experience depending on how far you are willing to go to level up Kirika and Masha. This tells me that the game's focus was more so on incentivizing exploration and seeing the world and unlocking and fulfilling side quests, rather than strictly tracking through the otherwise linear story and strictly focusing on the main quest instead. The main quests, since the only way to level up these characters is to explore and find the appropriate collectibles. I'm going to guess that this is likely the reason why the world is so big to begin with. Gal Guardian's Servants of the Dark received mixed reactions from players when it first released, mainly thanks to the fact that many of the quality of life features that can be now enjoyed in the game weren't included. Since I wasn't there on day one, I didn't have the same experience of the original unpatched game as many of its early adopters had. But if I could say anything about the current state of the game, I think the patches released by Inti in the wake of the critical response shows that the people at Inti Creates really do value the feedback players have to offer. While sometimes, especially in the PC space, players can be a bit passionate about the way they express their opinions of games, the response by the development team shows that, passionate or otherwise, those feelings are respected and are responded to in a manner that seeks to make right on a situation in the eyes of their fans. And as we've seen over the course of this video, with their attention to detail in terms of gameplay, the mechanics, the writing, and localization, shows that Inti Creates deeply cares about the player experience and the games they produce. Despite being a relatively small company in a sea of smaller and larger companies, their insistence in continuing to support their games whilst continuing to put out a steady stream of games every year for old and new fans alike, to me, makes them one of the most honest development companies in the industry. And I respect that a lot. In 2009, Galgun's concept was originally pitched to Inti Creates leadership as a non-serious idea fully submerged in absurdist, ironic humor. Once that pitch was given an emphatic green light, its development team, at one point consisting of only 2 people, created a game that ended up becoming one of the longest-lasting icons of the Inti Creates catalog of games. The characters and humor of Galgun seem almost to be part of the company's brand identity, and now it's almost impossible not to find Ekoro, the Kamizono sisters, Kaname, Nanako, Risu, or Kurona appearing in some form in their other games completely unrelated to Galgun in seemingly all other respects. This isn't by chance either. Ecchi games and adult games are a dime a dozen phenomenon in today's world, where game development has largely become democratized through the generally wider availability of personal computing technology and the software tools with which games creation is facilitated. Galgun is a fan service game, for sure, but if it was only that, the likelihood it would exist as it does now is not very high. To answer the question stated at the beginning of this video, I think what ultimately pushed it to the status of being an Inti Creates mainstay for 15 years is the fact that the game focused on the game first. How does it engage the player? What are its systems? How can they be made to be satisfying enough to encourage repeat playthroughs? How can these concepts be evolved to justify sequel after sequel? How can it be spun off? How might it fit into the larger Inti Creates IP ecosystem? Even the small changes made from game to game have led to some transformation between games through technology or direction, writing or gameplay mechanics, and game design systems, etc. It remains fresh because ideas aren't simply repeated, but given varying angles of exploration and emphasis. They aren't the kinds of game-to-game transformations that can be seen between Sonic games, but they offer just enough variation between games that you really can't just experience one and assume that you've experienced the others by proxy. It's that secret sauce of thinking that helps set Nintendo apart in the minds of many as well. Just here, there are a lot more anime girls and innuendos that aren't necessarily suitable for all ages. But that's part of the charm, and the games are well aware of that fact and celebrate it freely without going too far to render themselves totally inaccessible to anyone outside those who are hardcore fans of ecchi content. That's the magic of Galgun, and that is the magic of Inti Creates. Congratulations! You made it to the end of the video. This was a long one, so I can't express just how much I appreciate that you made it to this point, because this was definitely a long one. But if you did make it this far, you just might want to stick around, because this part will be dedicated to ranking all the main girls across the Galgun games I talked about in this video. I did it in the Honey Pop series retrospective, it would only be right for me to do the same for Galgun. So here's my ranking of all the main girls and some of the supporting girls I found personally notable. Not all supporting cast, of course, because let's be real, this video would be a lot longer if I did that, so just on one side, no. Now, I just want to say that before I get into the list, while it is a ranking, this isn't to say that whoever comes in at the bottom is worse than those at the top. These are all my favorites in the game in general, but rather the ranking is more for how strong I believe my reasons for liking them are, if that makes sense. I think all the characters are likable in some way. They are designed to be, after all. It's a fan service game, right? Anyway, with that out of the way, let's start with Yurina Gozu. She is the student council president, and the main reason why I like her is kind of shallow, but I really like her hair. I don't know why exactly, but she really stands out of the crowd whenever she appears in a large group. Her backstory is also pretty funny. She's kind of an ecchi populist, where she ran her student council presidential campaign on the issue of shortening the minimum allowed length for uniform skirts. I thought that was really funny, and I think her somewhat maverick character design kind of mirrors that. Nishibina Uraraka. If nothing else, her appearance makes her stick out like a sore thumb in a sea of others. Her hair in front of her eyes makes one wonder just how she is able to see. But I don't suppose it's because she doesn't want to be noticed. She's seemingly pretty good at almost everything she does, so it might be confusing why she might want to hide away from everyone, even as the pull of the angel pheromone power attempts to draw her in. To be honest, this is kind of common among Japanese students, in my experience at least. Students who are good at something and know that fact have the tendency to be the most reluctant to show it. The reasons are complex and usually a mystery, but I think she probably embodies this tendency at its pathological extreme, even resulting in unsolicited apologies for her own existence, like what happens in Demon Purge. I guess it's because I know this archetype well that my familiarity with it lands her on this list. Tendo Megumi. When we talk out of pocket, I feel like that is Tendo Megumi as a character as a whole. First of all, she looks like she came straight out of Uma Musume, but in reality, despite her athletic look, she's no runner. Instead, she has a strong interest in pro wrestling and is a highly active and enthusiastic member of the pro wrestling club. Just by looking at her, you would never guess it, but that stark contrast in character design and her interest in something like pro wrestling is exactly part of her charm. Shishido Kanko. Kanko. She shows up in all the Galgun games, I'm pretty sure anyway. That mirror exposure might be one of the reasons why she made this list, but I also like her glasses. Every Japanese story with a large cast of characters seems to need at least one character with thick lensed glasses, and Kanko was chosen for that role. She's a member of the student council and is essentially a hall monitor. She looks the part hard too, and I like that. I like the way she tries to scold you during the rail shooting segments, but she's also a bit flustered because of the pheromone power, and she struggles to keep her composure as a result. In this way, she's kind of like Ninomiya Shizuka, except less refined. I also like how between Galgun and Galgun Double Piece, as she goes from grade 1 to grade 2, she changes the frames of her glasses for a more mature look. It was probably just a character design upgrade, but the fact that there could be an in-world explanation for this change in her appearance at all speaks to how well her character is designed, both in the visual sense but also in the background as well. Jimbo Yukina. I don't often find myself vibing much at all with the rich girl archetype, but what I like about Yukina is the fact that she really doesn't exude that, and again, that's by design. Her bio says that she seems troubled recently, and that has largely to do with the fact that she's grown to somewhat resent her privileged upbringing. This sparks a sense of rebelliousness in the way she conducts herself, both in the way she speaks and in the way she acts. While she still has those social refinements that are strongly indicative of her upbringing, she tries hard to fit in with the others by appropriating colloquialisms used by her classmates, but sometimes in a somewhat stilted way, kind of like how Starfire from Teen Titans attempts to fit in with her colleagues. She's also just one of those characters that when she shows up, she is easily the prettiest girl in the scene. Even her 2D sprite in Demon Purge exudes this. When I found her, I could tell immediately it was her before being introduced to her. This is honestly the main reason why I like her, hence she appears so low on this list, but still, she's pretty cool anyway. Midori Hanba. The thing about Midori Hanba that really caught my attention is the fact that she wore little Tetris pieces in her hair. A lot of the girls in the Galgun games are differentiated by the different accessories they decorate themselves with, and in Hanba's case, it's 2 different Tetris pieces. Of course, the asymmetry of her appearance is one thing, but not enough by itself to put her on this list. What really made me like her was the fact that when I chose her for a rendezvous in Galgun 2, I read her profile and saw that she was the president of the gaming club, and that she was working on a game that nobody else wanted to help her with. While talking to her, she says a couple of lines that suggest that the game she wants to make is Galgun. These lines are subtle fourth wall breaks where she makes direct references to certain in-game systems knowingly, as if to say she wants to recreate it in a game. Maybe it's a stretch, actually. I don't remember all her dialogue exactly, but it made me like her and remember her well enough to have a high opinion of her. Lysa. Lysa is one of the main characters, so of course she has to appear on this list. The only real reason she appears so low here is simply because while her role in the story of Servants of the Dark is memorable, her as a character herself isn't so much. She's a great minion for Lysanorg, though. It kind of reminds me of the dynamic between Vile and Sigma in the Mega Man X games. At the very least, she does give at least somewhat of a femme fatale vibe, almost like Rouge the Bat in a way, now that I think about it. Masha. The Gal Guardians girls are pulling in at the bottom, only because of a lack of exposure. From what I've experienced, however, I think her most likable trait is that she has an exceptional sense of smell. It's always funny whenever she starts to smell something. Honestly, I think it's the animation. It's such an odd, kind of random ability to have. It can't be utilized in gameplay. It's restricted to the cutscenes, but I really like it when she does. It's a small thing, but that, coupled with her gameplay abilities, makes her a force to be reckoned with. Generally speaking, I don't find myself really gravitating much to this kind of character who has this kind of clueless innocence. It's a popular anime trope that, while I have no qualms with it, it just doesn't resonate with me as well as some other character archetypes. Kirika. If Kirika was a starring character in a future Inti Creates game, I think she might probably rise on this list. Kirika is kind of a soft-spoken leader type, but also a devoted servant. It's a surprisingly interesting combination of character traits that gives her a very unique vibe. I admire her unwavering resolve, even in the face of such seemingly insurmountable challenges late in Servants of the Dark. She can be as easily confused by things as Masha in some cases, but the way she can take initiative and be decisive in her actions in spite of that makes her stand out. Adult Kurona. What can I say? Adult Kurona is exactly as she promised Hodai she would be in her true ending. They don't call her the eternal seductress for nothing, after all. But aside from that, one of the things I like about Adult Kurona is how petty she is. When you really think about it, even though she's an adult, she hasn't let go of the brief episodes she had with Shinobu and Maya. She's still mad that she was banished back to the demon realm before she could finish her makeup lesson. And when you realize that she's coming from potentially a few thousand years in the future, literally being triggered by the image of her younger self enough to merge the demon realm with the human realm, kidnapping all the students of Sakurazaki Academy, trapping their underwear in dimensional rifts. And all of this just to get back at the Kamizono sisters just goes to show that despite being an adult, at the end of the day, adult Kurona is still Kurona, except now she's more dangerous. And in more ways than one, if you catch my drift. Sakurazaki Kaoruko. I know, I mispronounced her name every single time in the Galgun part of the video. I mistyped her name one time and I didn't notice it until long after. Oops. Despite my opinion of her improving immensely, especially after my playthrough of Galgun Returns, she still ranks at the bottom of the list of main possible love interests in the main games. But that doesn't mean I dislike her. Once I was able to get over the modeling mini-game, I have to say that I kind of like her story track. Again, she's one of those rich girls, but Kaoruko is super rich. In Galgun Double Piece, Galgun 2, Mighty Gunvolt, and I believe even Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, the statue of her at the school's entrance is a prominent fixture. In fact, aside from the countless mini Kurona figures you receive in Galgun 2 from the Angel Ring Company's care packages, Kaoruko's statues are the most numerous gifts you receive. As I mentioned previously, I was never the biggest fan of this kind of character, especially since she is so into her role as this all-important figure at the Academy. I really couldn't look past it. But after really getting into the story itself, what I found was actually not what I expected. While she doesn't have the kind of resentment Yukina has to her own privileged upbringing, she does see it as a barrier keeping her separated from Tenzo, despite the fact that she has always really liked him. She might command a lot of inherited wealth, but she just wants to be a painter. But she finds that because of her class position, she could never be with someone like Tenzo. When Tenzo doesn't take what she says and persists to fight, she fights back by throwing wads of cash at him and dropping presents on him with her fleet of helicopters. Since Tenzo can't be intimidated by her displays of wealth, he is able to break down her walls, and in the end, they can be happy together. Her story paints, pun intended, a sympathetic character in Kaoruko, who is initially cold towards Tenzo, frequently using her bodyguards to push him around, but this was all kind of a front on her part. While I still just can't vibe with the whole rich girl archetype, even I can see that she isn't necessarily all that she seems. Hibuki Akira. If I could put it in the shortest of terms, I'd say that she is the quintessential tsundere, possibly of the whole Galgun series. Sure, there are other characters that exhibit that behavior as well, but Akira definitely seems more like a textbook example of it. Perhaps it's thanks to the fact that she is extremely active and a bit aggressive, perhaps with some violent tendencies. She's very athletic, but it's clear that the kind of training she does isn't for sports, but for combat. She really likes to fight, but she isn't without her own weaknesses. Her appearance reflects her character perfectly. She is simply that type, who is very, even comically, some might argue, aggressive and abrasive, but underneath is still subject to the same faults and follies of anyone else. She might be a textbook example of a character of this style, but the way she carries her sword around and the fact that that steel ball firing machine continues to make appearances, even in the form of a ship in her boss fight in Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, makes her one of those characters whose legacy within the lore of the games is a lasting, maybe even permanent one. After all, that contraption is as much a mainstay at the Academy as the Kaoruko statue. Hattori Asuka. Asuka is one of the teachers you encounter that makes her first appearance in Galgun Double Peace. She stands apart from the others simply because she always goes around in her tracksuit attire. She is the school's PE teacher after all, so that would make sense. I like her partially because she is so easy to spot, but also because of her hairstyle, which is kind of similar to Yurina's. I also like her character description, where she has a very single track mind, thinking almost exclusively about track and field and soccer. The fact that she was a star athlete as a student and has lost none of that skill and continues to train even as a teacher is actually pretty impressive and respectable. Tamasaki Nanako. One of the main girls in Galgun 2, Nanako is a half-demon, half-human girl who is desperate to just be normal. Unfortunately, because her father is a demon, she doesn't have that luxury. Honestly, I kind of find it humorous that she tries so hard to be as plain as possible. Compared to the girls around her, her attempt at plainness kind of makes her weirder than some of her more eccentric schoolmates. It's a pretty obvious irony, but because she seems to be the only one like this, at least on this list, it's almost refreshing in a way which makes her memorable. What makes her even funnier is that even in her demon form, she's not really that much different aside from her large collection of yakisoba sandwiches. Since she's half demon, she has a strong compulsion to pull pranks, a lot like Kurona, except her pranks consists little more than just putting yakisoba sandwiches in random places. I happen to really like yakisoba sandwiches, so I wouldn't even be mad if that happened to me. Sayu and Yuyu Suguri. I don't think I've ever said so in a video, but despite the fact that I live in Japan and cover a lot of Japanese games here, I don't really watch much anime or read much manga. That being said, if you asked me what my favorite anime or manga was, I would say easily Higurashi no Naku Koroni. I've loved this series since high school, and its core cast of characters are very likable. Part of that means if there is a story that happens to consist of green-haired twins, I'm probably going to gravitate towards them out of a sense of familiarity. Enter Sayu and Yuyu. Every Galgun game has one pair of twins, but Double Peace's Sayu and Yuyu Suguri are easily my favorite. It's not just because they remind me of Shion and Mion, but because they are always together and they coordinate themselves in exactly the way one would assume they would. It might seem kind of stupid, but you'd be surprised. There are some twins in Japan who are this kind of close, and will coordinate in similar ways to how Sayu and Yu do. One is always on the left, one is always on the right. One wears a hair clip that reads left, and one wears a hair clip that reads right. One parts her hair on the left, one parts her hair on the right. It actually makes them easier to tell apart. While other twins did similar things with their appearances in the past and future games, I also like the fact that they are always thinking about the other. If you give them ecstasy, they're always saying how much they must tell the other about what just happened. I really like this kind of sibling dynamic, I guess. Uno Aoi. Aoi is a rock star. I love her enthusiasm and I love the way she talks. Her manner of speaking is stereotypically boyish in Japanese, I suppose, but I really like it. She's a little loud and easily excitable. Even as she shows a more mature side of herself in Galgun Double Piece, her core character traits are still there. I love how into her Love Hearts project she is, and the fact that she can be minutes away from the first performance of a song that still needs lyrics, she can be so relaxed filling in those gaps. She's such a pro, at least when it comes to making music and performing. I always want to turn all the boos into cheers when she performs for the school for the first time because her personality just makes me want to see her succeed so badly. I'm also inclined to believe that her theme song Love Hearts is probably one of my favorites across all the Galgun soundtracks. I don't exactly know what the rabbit ears are for, but those were part of her original design concept, and to put in quotes, for some reason. And honestly, it kind of fits. I get it. Ninomiya Shizuka. Pay no attention to the fact that this list consists of all the main members of the student council, or at least the most prominent members. Shizuka really shot into prominence for me, and maybe for a strange reason. So the thing is that Shizuka is basically the chief hall monitor, and she takes her role very seriously. She's always scolding you for getting girls to chase you around because one of the student handbook rules says that intermingling between male and female students should be regulated and seems to discourage romance between students, at least according to her interpretation of the rules. Despite this, she's actually secretly interested in romance and is always getting books on the topic, but going to the next city over to get them so that she can't be seen breaking the rules while not in school. Obviously, she's probably not very popular at school because of how she has memorized the student handbook and she's very strict about her enforcement of those rules. But it is fun to go on rendezvous with her to get her to break those rules. Almost all her dialogue in Galgun 2 is her worrying about the rules, and despite the fact that she does seem like an automaton rule enforcer, getting her alone one-on-one, she's actually pleasant to be around. I like this contrast, and even she is human enough to be willing to go outside the rules a little bit to fulfill her forbidden interests. Nonomiya Kaname. Everyone's favorite shrine maiden. Or at least I assume that's the case. Kaname is kind of the main girl of the possible story tracks in the original Galgun, from what I understand. Her design was apparently deliberately made to have the most erotic elements, and I think I can see what was meant by that. What places her so high on this list is mostly to do with the fact that I really like how seriously she takes her powers as a shrine maiden. At first, you kind of wonder how much you really could believe her whenever she mentioned what she could do. As a member of the occult club, which is notorious for attracting the weird ones, it makes sense to be skeptical, but as it turns out, she really does have some supernatural power. Despite the fact that she mostly keeps to herself and is in her own world of intense interest in the occult, the way she expresses herself and the way she interacts with the benign spirits around the school is actually very benevolent, and despite her eccentricities that come with being a shrine maiden and prominent member of the school cult club, she's always willing to help someone dealing with possessions or occult-related issues, and with the utmost earnestness. Honestly, I think it would be cool if there were a game where she was the playable character and you could use her spiritual powers to exorcise evil spirits. We kind of got a taste of what that might be like with Shinobu and her use of the Onusa in Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, so... Yanagida Mafuyu. Mafuyu is one of the few characters who appears in nearly all of the games in the Galgun series. She's a super senior by the events of Galgun Double Peace, and by Galgun 2, it's suggested that she might repeat her last year again. I love the way she is described as never going to class, but instead wandering around the school, appearing as though she is searching for something. She's probably the most enigmatic girl in the whole series, and I really like that. Actually, she kind of reminds me of someone I knew in real life, and while of course not to this extreme, the way she speaks, the way she carries herself and articulates her thoughts are all very familiar to me. Even her hairstyle is on point with this kind of personality. I guess I like the weird ones, but the fact that we are looking at someone who is excited to repeat her third year in high school again speaks volumes about where her priorities lie. Even in Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, the way she talks about her reunion with her underwear is exactly the way only she could express it. Yurei no Yuko. My favorite of all the NPC girls is none other than the Ghost Girl. Surprised? I've always liked her, even back when I first played Galgun Double Peace, way back in 2018. There's just something about this Ghost Girl who is still affected by the pheromone power, but because she is a ghost, she might be invisible to the object of her affections, so she just looks on from a distance, just wondering. That really wins me over. I also like the way she talks. I guess her way of speaking with an exaggerated terminal inflection is the way ghosts talk in Japanese, and I really like that. I also like how 70% of her dialogue in Galgun 2 is just jokes about her being a ghost. The fact that she's also friends with Kaname is a fact that I also really like, since I feel like their two personalities are perfect matches, since Kaname isn't one to exorcise spirits that are evil, although Yuko doesn't know that. All Yuko wants is to become one of the school legends and to find the 7 wonders, but it has been continually interfered with every time one of these stupid cupids come in and create the super popular legends over and over again. She is overshadowed so much despite having very simple dreams as a ghost. She is a very sympathetic character, so I always look out for her when I can. Risu. Risu is an angel working for the Angel Ring Corporation, and despite being new to the company, she is on the chopping block because she can't seem to get anything right. At first, I didn't know what to think of Risu, but after playing through Galgun 2, I quickly grew to like her. Yeah, she might be incompetent, a little airheaded and naive, but she's always well-meaning. She might be the most altruistic of all the characters in the game, maybe. She's not perfectly selfless, but the extent to which she is willing to trust a demon like Kurona kind of serves as a window into how she sees the world and her place in it. She'll never do bad by anyone, not on purpose anyway, if it means helping someone or a situation. Yes, she's technically doing her job and is doing everything in Galgun 2 she's doing because she doesn't want to lose her job, but I don't really get the sense that that's at the forefront of her thoughts as the story progresses. And the fact that she offers herself as tribute to get Hodai fired up in Galguardian's demon purge, totally unaware of how Shinobu especially might feel about that for the sake of being of use to the Kamizono sisters, I think is a strong indicator of the quality of her character. Kamizono Maya. I've seen Maya described as being a space cadet, and if I'm going to be honest, I have to agree. While she isn't nearly as eccentric as some of the other girls previously discussed, she is a little bit, but only because she possesses so much demon hunter power. I love how frank she is about pointing out what she deems to be obvious. She never discloses anything until it becomes directly relevant to the situation, and when it is a major discovery for everyone else, she just comes back with, "Of course," as if it's no big deal. While she does seem harmless, she actually is a very strong demon hunter. She is a child prodigy in her demon hunting family, and yet she doesn't see herself as superior to her older sister Shinobu. They are always partners, and after Shinobu is able to unlock her full powers, they make an excellent demon fighting team with powers that complement each other perfectly. Yet, despite being a demon hunter, she actually shows a high capacity of compassion for demons she doesn't see as being inherently harmful despite being demons. Unlike Shinobu, who is much more relentless, Maya is totally willing to help Kurona pass her makeup lesson so that Kurona isn't punished by the Demon Academy for failing. She actually doesn't take pleasure in the pure act of hunting demons, but more so helping others. And if that means helping a demon, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone, kinda, she's always there to help. The same goes for when you go for her ending. Up to the very end, she tries to get you with Shinobu, but because she knows how much Shinobu likes Hodai, even though she likes him too, she is selflessness incarnate. When I said Risu was the most altruistic of the characters, I actually think Maya takes that mantle, now that I think about it. She's just like that. Kurona. Kurona became an Inti Creates mainstay for a reason. She is absolutely hilarious right from the start. She's actually kind of like a demon approximation of Patako in a way. She's pretty clumsy, but also really creative in what pranks she pulls. I also really like her connection with Mr. Demon Veggie, and the way she gives him a voice is absolutely hilarious. Her theme song, Swirling Confusion, is also perfect for her, and the fact that it's sung by her voice actor in her voice is just the cherry on top. Kurona proved to be one of those immediate quintessential additions to the Galgun series. Her dialogue always had me laughing, and her line delivery is constantly entertaining in all the best ways. She's that comical evil that works of fiction like Galgun are made for, and I can't imagine Galgun's universe without this bratty little demon snot, or future succubus, I guess. Patako. As a star of the first Galgun, I actually took a surprising amount of time to get her. Patako's depiction in the first Galgun is surprisingly different from her depiction in Galgun Double Piece, and yet she really hasn't changed between those games at all. She's a freeloader, living with one of the male students at the academy so she can eat curry and read manga all day. Eventually, she does move in with Tenzo and does exactly that. She's constantly referred to by Tenzo as a stupid Cupid, and yeah, she's a little dumb. Not an airhead like Risu, but more irresponsible, really, than anything else. She's constantly just making things up as she goes along. There's no real plan, she just flies by the seat of her pants. She does follow the script when she has one, but everything else is just, yeah, let's try that. She's kind of a bro, which tracks with her preference to hang out with the boys. She has an intense interest in the military and is constantly recruiting new members to her military club to varying degrees of success, both at the Angel Academy and Sakurazaki Academy in Double Piece. I really like Patako. Her transparency about her mistakes, her responses to being scolded and insulted are funny, and the way she and Tenzo play off each other is probably the most perfect match an Angel companion has ever had with their human subject in the entire series. Kamizono Shinobu. My number one favorite human character is none other than Shinobu. I've mentioned before that Shinobu is hard to read, but that's coming from a gameplay perspective. Her personality, or at least the way she outwardly expresses herself, suggests a really believable, law-abiding citizen, straight and narrow type of person. But that's really not the whole truth. She does take her demon hunting very seriously, and when her powers are fully unlocked, she is a force to be reckoned with. She has an unwavering resolve similar to Kirika that is highly admirable. But I found it really surprising that, in contrast to her serious personality, the best dialogue options for her are usually the ones that are more on the ecchi side. Actually, even in Gal Guardian's Demon Purge, when it is discovered that all the girls are missing their underwear, Shinobu talks about it so frankly. Her outward disgust for ecchi things actually seemed to be more of a mask for an actual enjoyment of it. When she is possessed by demons and turns into a dominatrix in her underwear, the best dialogue option for her after the fact is to put an emphasis on the fact that you saw her that way. Same as when she was stuck in the window. The fact is that she isn't necessarily or inherently ecchi, but I think because she likes Hodai so much, she hopes he can see her in that way. She is barely able to stop herself from expressing how she feels about Hodai, and she's constantly worrying about him during the first loop of Gal Guardian's Demon Purge. So I think, to her, that acknowledgement of her more feminine traits by Hodai validates her feelings for him. She's kind of a tsundere, but not as strong as Akira. Also, she carries a submachine gun and a rocket launcher on her at all times. That's pretty hardcore. Ekoro. Ekoro, Patako's protege. Ekoro has a very similar charm to Shinobu in that she is very serious about her job. Ekoro is a self-proclaimed elite angel and has a lot of pride in that fact. What I like about Ekoro is how her character changes from the first Galgun to Galgun Double Piece. She was basically an apprentice to Patako in the first game, but the way she conducted herself was very proper. She was easily flustered and got very petty over unimportant things, but she was well-spoken and had an air of elite angel in her, despite ultimately being an apprentice to an irresponsible dummy. But then in Double Piece, that influence shows itself. Ekoro becomes much less refined in the way she conducts herself. She gets constantly lost in the sauce over Kurona, and she gets a little unhinged from time to time. She's kind of in a little bit of an identity crisis in Double Piece, but she isn't really aware of it, and that is really funny. She's so serious about her mission, and she takes no BS, unlike Patako. She's determined to succeed where Patako failed, but Patako is her hero. The way she looks up to her is endearing, so much so to the point where Patako's framing in Double Piece changes her into some kind of savior-like figure, even though she's the same make it up as you go along type she always was. In Ekoto's eyes, Patako can do no wrong, even when that means Patako using her angel magic on her to be Hodai's girlfriend. I don't know. I just really like Ekoto. She's a great force for justice, and the fact that she changes so much between the first two games, even in her character design, and she, like Shinobu, is a very strong competitor for the top of my list. Kondo Chiru. My number one is Chiru, a fallen angel that doesn't want to go back to heaven, living as a shut-in. I like her the best, even if the margin is so tiny between her, Shinobu, and Ekoto. First of all, Chiru has an affinity for classic games, so points for retromaxing. But besides that, the way she talks about games almost feels as if she's expressing the opinions of the developers themselves. It's not hard to believe, after all, given a lot of the people who made this game worked on the classic Mega Man games and Resident Evil, so it's not out of the question. But also her preference for wanting to stay in, the way she expresses an appreciation for the work it takes to make games, how into her games and manga she is, it's all kind of relatable. This is especially so when she says that there is no feeling like playing games while eating your favorite snacks. Sometimes I found myself at the end of the in-game day just going to the window to check out what she was up to and wondering what game she was playing or what manga series is her favorite. I know it's weird, but no, that's just me. I especially like watching her play her handheld because the way she looks while playing it is probably exactly the way I look when I'm playing Mighty Gunvolt Burst on my Switch Lite. I also really like looking at her console collection. It's impressive. But yeah, I like her the best because of all the characters on this list, I feel like I would probably get along best with her. And that's really it. So there it is, my ranking for the Galgun girls. If you made it this far, congratulations, you are a top tier viewer. Honestly, thanks for watching. If you aren't subscribed and you made it this far, maybe consider subscribing. If you were subscribed during the insane production cycle of this video, you have my sincerest thanks for your patience, as I did what I could to make this video the best I could while also getting it out in a somewhat timely manner. I hope to see you all again soon in my next video. And until next time, remember to be like Chidu and keep retromaxing.